Good morning. Just before, good, good morning from Council Chambers. And just before committee does start with its agenda, I'm just going to go through the emergency response and evacuation procedure. If there is an emergency, everybody must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me need to take direction from security. Council, please follow me out of Council Chambers. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the emergency exit and go to the muster point, which is shown on the screen. Please do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. If there is anybody in council chambers with limited mobility, please identify yourself to security. And if you have any questions, please let a member of the meeting clerk team know. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mayor Sohi. Yep.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nkorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of committee members and council colleagues joining us. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
So we are the committee. We are the executive committee. We're also joined by Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
And let me see if there are other colleagues joining us virtually. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
That is it for now. Others might be joining us later on. Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Vinspe, you want to do that?
Sure, I'll move adoption of the agenda for the May 14th, 2025 Executive Committee.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move approval of the minutes of the March 5th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting, the March 12th, 2025 Executive Committee non-regular meeting, March 31st, 2025 Special Executive Committee meeting, and the April 16th, 2025 Executive Committee non-regular meeting.
Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. There are a couple of protocol items that I would like to share with committee and colleagues and members of the public and Edmontonians. So good morning. I would like to acknowledge that this Saturday is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biophobia. May 17th was chosen to honor the day when the World Health Organization made the landmark decision to declassify homosexuality as a mental disorder in 1990. It is an opportunity to stand in solidarity with 2S LGBTQIA+ community, to raise awareness about the discrimination and violence they face, and to reaffirm our commitment to equality and respect for all individuals. Edmonton thrives when everyone, including all gender identities and sexual orientations, feels safe, valued, empowered to live authentically. But for many 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals across our province, that sense of belonging isn't always a reality. The City of Edmonton remains committed to supporting the queer community by creating a city where everyone feels safe, respected, and included. That is why we created 2S LGBTQIA+ Safe Spaces Action Plan. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, your leadership on that. An initiative shaped by the voices and experiences of community members. We will continue to work closely with the community to ensure the final plan sufficiently addresses the many challenges and barriers that queer individuals face. For now, let's use this day to recommit ourselves to ending homophobia, transphobia, and biophobia in all their forms, and to stand up against hate and intolerance, and work towards a future where love, acceptance, and understanding prevail. Together, we can create a world where everyone is free to be who they are, without fear of judgment and discrimination. And the second protocol is around Moose Hide Campaign Day. I would like to start our meeting today by recognizing the Moose Hide Campaign Day is taking place this Thursday, May 15th. Every year, this initiative brings together over 500,000 Canadians to stand up against violence towards women, girls, and two-spirit people in Canada. Organizers give out moose hide pins, like these ones, as a traditional medicine to heal this social ailment. Pins demonstrate the wearer's commitment to ending gender-based violence and help spark meaningful conversations. The Moose Hide Initiative was started by Paul Lessard and his daughter Raven. They came up with the idea during a hunting trip on their traditional territory along an area known as Highway of Tears. It's a stretch of highway in northern British Columbia where many women have been murdered or gone missing. Paul and Raven's grassroots movement has inspired Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians nationwide to take action. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people have come together alongside local communities. Governments, schools, universities, police forces, and countless other organizations to bring this devastating issue to light and make a positive difference. The City of Edmonton is proud to host a Moose Hide Campaign Day event today at City Hall with our partners, the Indigenous Sport Council of Alberta. All Edmontonians are welcome to join elders, knowledge keepers, and community members in showing their support. This event demonstrates our commitment to continue work alongside Indigenous communities to implement the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Action Plan. Those who can't attend our local event can still watch the live stream on the national event featuring prominent keynote speakers on YouTube. I encourage everyone to participate in this crucial step toward reconciliation with Indigenous friends and neighbors. Thank you so much. Items for discussion and related businesses. I will select the 7-1. Councillor, oh, there's a request to, and 7-5. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
I'll select 7-2 for Councillor Stevenson,
7-2,
and 7-7, please.
7-7. Okay, any other selections? So we have selected 7-1, 7-2, 7-5. Sorry? 7-9? No, you want 9-1, okay. Okay. Okay, so 7-1, 7-2, 7-5, 7-7, and 9-1. Okay. All right, can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. You have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you please read back to us? We have already approved.
Thank you. This morning, Executive Committee has dealt with the following items. 7.4, Annual Delegation of Authority.
7-3, sorry.
Sorry, 7.3. 7.4, City of Edmonton Submission, Federal Supply Chains Act is going up to City Council. 7.6, Single Source Request for Digital Signature Services Agreement. And 3 bylaws are also going up to Council, 7.8, 7.9, and 7.10. And that is it.
Okay, so the bylaws are going to council, okay. Request to speak. We have a large number of our fellow Edmontonians registered to speak today. So, Councillor Tang, can you please read those names into the record?
Yes, I move that Executive Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On 7-1, Wellington Park Land Options and Business Case Analysis. In the first panel, Samuel Juru, Africa Center in person. Edna Wakene, Africa Center in person. I apologize on my pronunciation, I will try my best. Vivian Manask, Reimagine Architects in person. Samuel Obo in person. Gregory Davis in person. Joseph Kachir in person. Jean Lehman in person. Salomon Yamego in person. Rudy Kemsa, Cameroonian Association of Edmonton in person. Temitope Oriola in person. Ranti George in person. Nosuke Lelo Mate, Dateway Holistic Care and the University of Calgary remote. Donna Coombs Montrose in person. Ibukun Orefuja, Black Business Edmonton in person. Eric Aua in person. In panel 2, Philomena Okeke Ehechirika in person. Anne Lydia Nakate in person. Mohammed Ahmed, Somali Community Edmonton in person. Amandla Gwenya, African Soccer Tournament in person. Kimo Mansoure, Africa Center in person. Awal Hassan, Somali Canadian Education and Rural Development Organization, remote. Noura Badir, Africa Center, in person. Jibril Ibrahim, in person.
And Pearl Bennett,
Oh,
number 9.
and, apologies, Pearl Bennett, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Pearl Bennett. And on 7/5, St. James School Site, Claire Stewart, remote. Ado Hassan, Haskell Development Corps, in person. Ibrahim Duma, Al Mustafa Academy, remote. And Allison Rosalind, Situate, in person.
Okay, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request for specific time on the agenda. Councillor Tang, you have a request, right?
Yes, I would like to request 7/7 for time specific at 1:30.
Okay. Any,
Do you want me to?
yeah, just hold on.
Oh,
And
sorry.
so you're requesting, so you're moving that to be time specific at 1:30?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain the reasoning?
Yeah, I recognize we have a very long agenda today. This item is time sensitive, given the tax assessment and payment. I will appreciate if the committee can deal with it today. And hence, I'm putting this as time specific to ensure we have quorum and that we deal with it today.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and needed to be selected to in order to deal with it, right? Okay, got it. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any consular inquiries? I don't see any. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports, we are going to go to our first item of business, 7.1, which is the Wellington Park land options and business case analysis. The way this will work, I did large number of people who are joining us who may not be familiar with the process that we take at committee. So what we will do, we will ask our administration to make a presentation to us, and that you will be able to hear as well, and the public will be able to hear virtually as well. And after we have heard from our administration, we will come to members of the public who have registered to speak. There are a large number of people who have registered to speak, so we're going to break those speakers into 2 panels. First panel we will hear from 15 people registered, and once you have concluded speaking on panel 1, if you're part of panel 1, council members and committee members may ask questions to you, and you can answer those questions. Once we have concluded panel 1, we'll come to panel number 2, and we will hear from you. Then committee members and council members may have questions to you, and we will conclude those questions. After that, we will come back to our administration to ask questions of administration and a path forward on this project. So we really appreciate that you are joining us today. It is so nice to see so many people interested in this item and coming to speak. And before we go to administration, I also want to make sure that everyone understands the kind of behavior and how we engage ourselves in this meeting and every other council meeting. So I'll lay out some of the rules of engagement for each item. Can you get the other one? All right. So we'll do this after. Okay, got it. Okay. All right, we're going to go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman, and I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Here with me today are Salima Ibrahim, the City of Edmonton's Chief of Staff, Chris Hodgson, Branch Manager of Real Estate, Stacey Galatly, Branch Manager Social Development, and Bart Jaraki, Director Property Transactions in Real Estate. Today, we will review with you the history of the African Multicultural Community Centre, or the AMCC project. And as directed by a motion by City Council in December 2024, we will note for you the implications of a potential sale of land at a nominal value as requested. Following this presentation, we seek Council's direction on next steps for this project. Next slide, please. Over the last 20 years, there has been collaboration between City Council, administration, and Africa Centre, initially focused on establishing a site for the delivery of community programs aimed at supporting individuals and families of African and Caribbean descent. Throughout this time, the relationship has been grounded in a shared commitment to serving these communities in Edmonton. This reflects the city's long-standing recognition of the importance of diverse community and newcomer supports and integration for Edmonton's overall vitality. Africa Centre is the largest Pan-African nonprofit in Western Canada. It functions as a centralized resource for Edmonton's diverse African and Caribbean descent community. As we do on many other important issues such as safety, community animation, arts, sport, and housing, the city works with Africa Centre as a connector between municipal government and diverse segments of the Edmonton community. The Africa Centre operates with a broad mandate, delivering a range of programs that include cultural preservation, youth development, social support, and economic integration, serving over 20,000 individuals annually. It's also important to acknowledge Africa Centre's organizational development. They have demonstrated growth, diversified their funding base, and are proactively building capacity to manage a project of the scale of the AMCC. The city's relationship with Africa Centre began in 2007 with a lease agreement for Wellington Junior High School, demonstrating an early recognition of the importance of diverse community and newcomer supports. The city's commitment to addressing anti-Black racism, as seen in Council's 2022 proclamation, and reaffirmation of support for the UN Decade for People of African Descent, as well as the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, further underscores the significance of this project. Community consultations for the action plan highlighted the need for the AMCC as a culturally sensitive space and a tangible step toward addressing anti-Black racism. Initially, the city envisioned providing space for Africa Centre, later acquiring the Athlone site for a city-developed AMCC, along with other civic amenities. The project concept has since evolved, with the current option being a land sale to facilitate an independently owned and operated community hub for Edmonton's diverse African and Caribbean communities, a place for cultural expression, social services, and community development. This has led to the current consideration of Council's motion of exploring a land sale, where the city would sell a portion of the site at a nominal price to Africa Centre for the AMCC. Therefore, the project's direction has shifted from an initial model of city-provided space through a lease or a city-developed facility to the current exploration of a land sale to facilitate an independently owned and operated centre.
To address the first part of the motion, identifying land that may be surplus to municipal requirements, administration reviewed the entire parcel considered for this project with all relevant parties, considering the varied interests involved. As a result of that review, and to determine what land may be available for AMCC, the analysis excluded land already utilized for municipal purposes, including the library, sports fields, infrastructure, and a future fire station. It was determined that there is approximately 1.2 hectares of a portion of the land which could be sold to the Africa Centre that is generally shown in the image on the screen. A subdivision would be required if the land is sold, as the outlined portion is part of a larger parcel. In addition, rezoning may also be required depending on the final development plans. This portion of land available is sufficient for all scenarios presented within the AMCC business case, including Scenario 2, which is the preferred option.
Key findings from administration's analysis of the business case yielded several insights. First, we found that there was extensive community engagement employed during using diverse models that affirmed the AMCC as a hub for cultural celebration and integration. This engagement also underscored an unmet need within the African and Caribbean descent population for culturally relevant programs and services that could be addressed through the AMCC. It identified gaps in areas like social inclusion, community development, and the preservation of a rich cultural heritage. If built, the AMCC will increase access to services, culturally relevant spaces, and opportunities for community building for a historically underserved population. Regarding the 3 scenarios presented with varying costs and timelines, our review concluded that the cost per square meter utilized for the construction cost estimates is reasonable, reflecting industry standards. While a comprehensive life cycle cost analysis is still needed for future discussions, it's acknowledged that such an analysis would be contingent on the final development steps. Furthermore, the business case suggests that AMCC's long-term success hinges on its incorporation as a nonprofit organization. This model would ensure ownership and operation by the Black community itself, empowering self-determination and culturally grounded governance. Finally, we've identified several critical factors essential for the project's success. These include securing the necessary funding, maintaining strong community support, navigating approvals efficiently, ensuring site suitability, and establishing long-term operational viability. Crucially, further development of a robust governance and sustainable funding models will be key to AMCC's enduring impact. To account for other funding considerations, Africa Centre has confirmed their plan to secure funding for the AMCC's construction independently by leveraging the land as the city's contribution, in addition to other diversified fundraising plans. Over the years, Africa Centre has proven success in broadening their financial support beyond just city funding. While the city provides operational funding, much of Africa Centre's other successful funding is reinvested into Edmontonians of African and Caribbean descent through scholarships, grants, and training programs. Next slide, please.
As outlined in the report, there are a variety of implications of a land sale for Council's consideration. Administration receives many requests for land donations and communicates to those parties that they may provide proposals for land as it is made available through public offerings. This follows the city's disposal standard and ensures consistency in allowing all parties an opportunity to submit their best proposal for any available site. It also ensures that properties that are important to achieving strategic city goals are retained for those purposes. In this instance, and for that reason, a direct sale to AMCC may be perceived as inequitable by other organizations. Regarding funding requirements, the Athlone lands were purchased using funds from the Parkland Purchase Reserve Account, or the PPRA. The MGA requires that money in place of reserves be used for a public park, a public recreation area, school authority purposes, or to separate areas of land that are used for different purposes. As a result, if the city sells land purchased with the PPRA funds, the sale proceeds should be returned to the PPRA. Administration standard practice is to reimburse the PPRA by the market value of the site, estimated to be between $3.9 million and $4.5 million. However, Council can determine the level of repayment, such as directing an exemption to the reimbursement or reimbursing the sale proceeds of a nominal sale. While an exemption may be an option for this particular property or project, it is not a sustainable model in 2 ways. First, it limits the city's ability to purchase parkland to expand open space or river valley areas, should compensating funds not be returned to the reserve. And second, in terms of city-led support for partner groups who may lack the financial capacity to carry those land acquisition costs. Next slide, please.
To conclude our presentation, we would like to ground ourselves in the motion received in December, which requested administration to provide a report on the potential disposition of land at Wellington Park for the proposed African Multicultural Community Centre. This report and presentation have outlined the findings of our analysis, and administration now requires direction from the Executive Committee on how to proceed. Administration is prepared to implement the direction provided by Council through a motion. If a land sale is the proposed direction, administration would negotiate a sale agreement conditional on Africa Centre to confirm their financial position, refine the business case, and meet other conditions deemed necessary. This then would be brought back for Executive Committee's final consideration and approval. Should the report be received for information, administration will consider this task complete. However, without explicit direction, administration will not take further action to dispose of the land as it is not currently designated as surplus. This concludes our presentation. Thank you, and we're pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this. All right, now we are going to call upon folks in panel 1 to come join us. Please go to this side. You'll see the number. So Samuel Giroux, speaker number 1, Edna Wakene, speaker number 2, Vivian Manazik, number 3, Samuel Abo, number 4, Gregory Davis, number 5, Joseph Kichre, number 6, Jeanne Liman, number 7. Please come down here. Yeah. All right, and number 8 will be Salamin Yemiogo. Yeah. Number 9 will be Rudy Kempsta. Number 10 will be Tamitope Oriola in person. Tamitope? No. Ranty George in person. It'll be number 11. Nonsiki Kililo Marthe from Gateway Holistic, joining from Calgary remotely. Are you there? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. We'll come to you. You'll be speaker number so far listed as 12, right? So Donna Combs Montrose in person. Okay, so that'll be speaker number 13. Number 14 will be Ubukun Orifuja. There you are. And number 15 will be Eric Awa. Yeah, okay, please. As you settle in, I will go through the expectations as we engage. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotional response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, neutral space for my colleagues, my city employees, and the public. And I want to thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. I also want to highlight, before we get into this discussion on behalf of all of my council colleagues who are here, who are not here. We were so honored that we had the opportunity to work with many of you during our journey here. And we were very honored that on August 29th, 2022, collectively we declared the appreciation and our deep commitment to the anti-racism, as well as the history of Black Edmontonians in Canada. And we also declared that 2015-2024 be the decade for people of African descent here in Edmonton, Alberta's capital city. That declaration was made on August 2022, and we were so honored to do that, to recognize the contributions that people of various communities, but particularly Black Edmontonians, have been able to make our city what it is today, and we really, really appreciate and acknowledge that. So with that, we're going to go to speakers to start the conversation, and we will start with Samuel Juro.
Good morning. My name is Sam Juro, and I am the Executive Director of the Africa Center. We recognize that the conversation we're having today is related to a parcel of land that lies on Treaty 6. Most of us African descent peoples, coming from different sub-regions of the Caribbean and Africa, are ourselves indigenous peoples, so we stand in solidarity with our indigenous brothers and sisters. I would like to start by recognizing Your Worship, Mayor of Edmonton, Amajit Sohi, and the city councillors that make up Executive Committee, as well as other city councillors who are here with us today. I would also like to recognize the board of the Africa Center, as well as the elders and community members from different African Caribbean descent communities who are here with us in person and online. As we gather today to have a conversation about the African Multicultural Center, it is also a time for us to collectively celebrate the 18-year relationship and journey that Edmonton's Black community has walked with the city of Edmonton. This journey began with when the city provided Wellington School as a place for us to gather, and provided the Africa Center with operating funding to enable us to provide services and programs for the community. We fast forward to today, where the shared vision of this relationship has been incredibly successful. With the federal government's rapid immigration strategy, the city of Edmonton has emerged as one of the preferred cities of landing for migrants coming to Canada. Edmonton is now home to the fastest growing Black community in Canada, with projections that we would make up about 10% of Edmonton's population in coming years. Through this time of growth, the Africa Center has also grown exponentially to meet the growing needs of our community. As we've grown to meet those needs, we have become the biggest Pan-African non-for-profit organization in all of Western Canada. As well, the Africa Center is one of only 4 non-for-profit organizations selected by the federal government as federal intermediaries to support Black Canadian communities across Canada. The Africa Center is now in a position to have tremendous positive impact on Black communities of Edmonton and beyond. For the Africa Center to gain and maintain this position, we've had to step up our game. As we've grown and evolved, we've had to, firstly, update our financial and corporate procurement policies and systems. Secondly, we've created a fund development department with permanent staff and software to identify new resources for our operational needs and emerging community initiatives, such as the African Multicultural Center we are speaking about today. We've also created an internal social innovation hub to test, iterate, and scale new and complex projects. We would like to thank the City Council for the $300,000 in funding provided to develop a business case and engage the community. We also would like to acknowledge City Administration and the team that has worked with us these last 2 years. And finally, our future neighbors, the communities and businesses of Athlone, Kensington, Wellington, and Calder. Thank you for welcoming us and co-creating a vision for an African Multicultural Center based on shared access and mutual understanding, that regardless of race, color, nor creed, all humans want to live in a vibrant and supportive communities. We are also excited that some of you will be joining us and our community at the Africa Center Gala this year. Edmonton's Black community has contextualized what our future home would look like. We envision a $54 million multicultural community, business, and service hub with convening space and housing for seniors. This vision is identified as option 2 in the business case. To our community, I would like to say we understand and acknowledge the incredible diversity found in our communities and the home country and cultural histories that we all carry. We will continue to listen and engage as this project comes to fruition throughout the center's future. We know that hearing all perspectives will make us better and stronger, and sharing them will make us closer. In concluding, our esteemed board chair, Dr. Edna Wakene, will speak to the details of the engagement work we undertook. However, I would like to share that as we engaged with Edmonton's Black community, what we heard again and again in the engagement is that we were a migrant, refugee, diaspora community, and that collectively we are centered on one principle, and this I quote, we want a place to call home. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, I know we all want to clap. I wanted to clap as well at the Sam's conclusion, but problem is that we have a decorum to keep in the chamber hall, and as I read earlier on, we do not allow any form of expression in that way. So I will remind again. So please don't force me to do anything that you would not want me to do, right? Because we are all together here, right? So I will make sure that I'll read again, please. These are the expectations that the type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments, which you have not, directed individuals, member of the council speaking or using profane language, which you have not. Responsive behaviors, here's what I want to be very cautious, want to reinforce. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are not permitted. So please, thank you. And we do sometimes, which I think I'll be ending up breaking that rule, because we do that for kids. We only do that for kids when kids come here, right? So, okay. All right, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from St. Maria Goretti School. Grade 6 class, they are here with their teacher, M. Cardoso Wardene. Guess who is your ward counselor? Can you point to that person? Counselor Paquette is your ward counselor. Yeah, he's waving to you. Are you here for the whole day? Are you doing your mock council? You are. Have you selected your mayor yet? You have? Well, who is your mayor? Okay, your worship, you want to come down to the podium? Well, first tell us your name. Emmanuel. Is your mic on?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, here you go. Emmanuel. Can you tell us what are you going to be talking about at your mock council?
We're going to be talking about the bike lanes.
Oh, bike lanes. Okay. Well, let us know what you decide. Build more or less? Let us know, okay? We would love to hear your views on that topic. I'm pretty sure there'll be other people interested in that topic as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I know, I just broke... I just broke the rules. I didn't break the rules. We only clap for kids. Yeah. Students, we only clap for students when they come here. And protocol, right? So this is a protocol. So we've done a protocol to recognizing students to City Hall. Students, we are actually talking about the building of the African Multicultural Center in partnership with the community. That's what we are discussing today, and there's a large number of people here to listen to that proceeding. So with that, I am going to go next to Edna Wakini.
Your Worship, Mayor Amarjit Sohi and City Councilors, good morning. My name is Edna Wakini, and I have the honor of serving my community as the Board Chair of the Africa Center. We recognize that we are on Treaty 6 land and honor the Indigenous communities that have resided here since time immemorial. I acknowledge and recognize the presence of community leaders from various Black communities who are joining us here in person and online, as well as recognize the country associations and cultural leaders that have written over 40 letters to the Mayor and City Council in support of the MCC's land transfer. Your continued engagement and leadership are vital to the advancement of our shared vision. We note that at the November 2024 Town Hall convened at the Africa Center, more than 60 representatives from African and Caribbean country associations expressed a clear and unified message. The most pressing need for our community is the establishment of a dedicated cultural center. Similar sentiments were echoed during the city's own anti-Black racism engagement. The refresh of the MCC's engagement strategy and business case has been an extensive and collaborative undertaking spanning over 2 years. This initiative has roped in multiple departments within the city administration, 2 consulting firms, and a dedicated 5-member team from Africa Center. We're grateful to city administration for their continued support throughout this complex project. We also thank our consulting partners for their professionalism and commitment, as well as recognize one of Canada's leading architects, our own Samuel Obo, who worked on the original design of the MCC and contributed as SME in this current iteration of the project. Regarding the community engagement undertaken, we worked with our consultants to ensure the engagement methods with our community members and communities adjacent to the site were dynamic and facilitated active participation. These included digital surveys, focus groups, community town halls, and one-on-one interviews. Community engagement work took place over a year. We held 6 town halls to accommodate different demographics, including language, age, and geographical locations, holding unique conversation with the major subgroups of our communities, including continental Africans, Caribbean, Francophone, and the intergenerational Canadians. From the engagements, there was clear community consensus for the MCC to be a center for implementing a range of programs and services, the key ones being a place for newcomers to access information and services, mental health and wellness, financial literacy and economic participation, and intergenerational space for families, fostering intercultural transfer. The community also expressed the need for event spaces for cultural festivals and big gatherings, as well as recreational and sports activities. A library with our diverse history, including the pre-colonial history of Black people, and a place for refuge and safety where we can feel at home. During the process, a mid-project check-in was carried out to allow community members to review findings and ensure accuracy and validity. The interim report was shared and presented to community representatives for feedback, validation, and further insights. To steward this work and give it oversight, the Africa Center's board created a capital committee that met once a month with city administration as well as the technical team. This has been the current governance structure of the MCC project. The board is fully aware and agrees with the community's recommendation that once we have our land title, a fully fledged governance structure would need to be put in place. Our thinking is aligned with the community recommendations in the business case of a governance structure that has both the Africa Center and community representation. An AMCC steering committee with this composition will be put in place to guide this project from initial project funding to design and construction phases. While this will be a cultural center for our community and a welcoming place for all people from all communities, as part of our plans, we will have a position dedicated to communicating this warm welcome and engaging with all Edmontonians. We believe it's possible to have an African-focused community center that is also inclusive and accessible to all. In closing, we're confident that City Council will recognize and honor the historical commitments made by previous City Councils regarding the intention to utilize the land as the potential location for the MCC. The MCC is more than just a capital project. It's the shared vision and collective aspiration of Edmonton's Black community, a forward-looking investment in equity, cultural expression, and community resilience. Thank you for your time, attention, and continued partnership.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Vivian Manazik.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, members of City Council, our Executive Committee. It's my pleasure to be here as the author, I guess, of the business case and the feasibility study that was developed and which you have received a copy of. We at Reimagine Architects and Reimagine Gathering worked intensively with the community here on Treaty 6 territory and the Métis Nation of Alberta. We engaged neighboring communities. We spoke with the communities of Athlone and Wellington, Calder and Kensington, and arrived at an understanding that the community is really in support of this project. So as much as this is a center for the African descent community, and that's critical, this is also well supported by the neighboring communities and will be a point of pride, a source of pride, and a community facility that will benefit the larger group of Edmontonians who are resident in this neighborhood. In fact, we've been working in that neighborhood for many years. We long ago did renovations to the school at Calder, and we have some good understanding of what that neighborhood does need, and a facility like this will be a huge benefit. Through our research, as was mentioned by my colleagues, we identified the need for more sports and green space for mental health and wellness, for cultural programming, of course, for the African descent community, for facilities that support education and mentorship, for office space and commercial space and co-working space, and spaces that create opportunities for incubators and businesses, and ultimately, of course, for children and families and childcare spaces. So that kind of environment that fosters social innovation, that focuses on self-sufficiency, and that strengthens community will be an enormous benefit to all. And I'm confident that through the reviews that you've done of the options that we put forward, that you'll see that scenario number 2 that we proposed and recommended is in fact the best path forward, and that the city will be really well served by entering into an agreement with the AMCC for the development of this land. I'm confident that this group will do an enormous benefit to the city by creating this facility. So I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Samuel Obo.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sam Obo, and I stand here, or sit here, before you not only as an architect and past president of the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada, just like Vivian Manask. Very unusual to have 2 past presidents of the National Institutes making presentation at the same time, so I think this is history. So, but I'm also here as someone who has been engaged with the vision of the African Multicultural Center from the very beginning. So this is not just a professional moment for me, but it is a legacy. In 2017, through a competitive process, my team and I were entrusted with the honor of shaping the project's first architectural vision. Although that iteration was eventually paused, the deeper story goes back even further, nearly 2 decades, to the original Wellington Center. Even then, long before detailed plans and formal designs, this community has already envisioned a place that will unify, uplift, and reflect the lives and aspirations of people of African descent in Edmonton. Today, we find ourselves at a renewed crossroads. What began as a dream has evolved into an intergenerational mission, carried forward by elders, embraced by advocates, and now actively championed by youth in one of Edmonton's fastest growing communities. This is more than just a building. It is a cultural, social, and economic cornerstone, urgently needed and long overdue. The message from the community has never wavered. We need this center. We needed it 20 years ago. We need it even more today. And in every round of public consultation, including the last one that was led by Vivian Manask and a few of our other colleagues from the community, past and present, community members have made it clear the Africa Center remains the trusted institution to steward this initiative. This is not simply a facility for Africans. It is a facility shaped by people of African descent for everyone. This future center will be unapologetically and unmistakably authentic, African, while proudly, confidently Canadian. It will be a cosmopolitan hub celebrating the vast diversity of the African continent and the people of African descent in the Caribbean and all over the world in diaspora. It is an intergenerational gathering place inclusive of all ages and identities, a place of celebration and learning, honoring the culture while building public understanding, a place of safety and belonging where shared stories and experiences from lasting connections, and a vital incubator for opportunity, fostering innovation and growing Canada and Africa ties. So Mayor and councillors, Edmonton is already recognized internationally for its commitment to multiculturalism and pluralism. This project strengthens that reputation. I've been approached by organizations like the Hogan's Valley Society in British Columbia, working alongside with the City of Vancouver, who looked to Edmonton's Africa Center as a model of what is possible. The bold step you took years ago has been felt well beyond our city. The world is watching. Now it's time to act. We cannot afford to delay another 6 months, another year. Every postponement risks undermining the hope and trust that generations have placed in this vision. But with your support today, we can finally move from vision to reality. This is Edmonton's opportunity to reaffirm its leadership in equity, inclusion, and community legacy building. Let us complete this journey we began together. Let's finish what we started. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Joseph, Gregory Davis. Sorry, I'll come to Joseph later on. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Amajid Soki, and the council members, and the people of African descent who are here. I am Joseph Luri Kichere, one of the founders of the Africa Center, and also the vice chair of the board of the directors at the Africa Center. I'm also a member of the South Sudanese community in Edmonton. Where there is a will, there is always a way. The Africa Center has come a long way since 2006 through 3 prongs: mobilizing, organizing, and registering as an entity. Secondly, it has established itself with a center to provide services, and now it's working towards obtaining a home that would have its ownership to serve the people of African descent. That is the AMCC, or the African Multicultural Center, as the idea. That, if championed and realized, will be overseen by a governance committee that will be independent. It is in the interest of the city's advocates for individuals and communities to thrive, and so supporting AMCC to be a home and a place for the people of the African descent to be served and thrive will be the first step towards fulfilling this initiative. This will be an establishment where the immediate recipients of the services is not only the people of the African descent, but also the people in the neighborhood of Athlone, the people in the neighborhood at Wellington, and everybody else who comes across. And so my appeal here today is that I think enough has been done on community engagement, enough has been done to present a business case before you, and so it is now your honor to take the step and recognize these efforts by granting AMCC to continue its course so that the necessary funds can be raised to see this dream realized and the people served. It is under this that I salute you and thank everybody who has put their efforts and hope we'll realize this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry, Gregory, I'll come back to you now. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Greg Davis. I am the publisher for the Black Christian Youth Magazine of Edmonton, as well as Info Edmonton Magazine, and executive producer for the only Black community talk radio shows in the province. I also am one of the directors for Carrie West, board of directors member for the Jamaican Association of Northern Alberta, and one of the leading facilitators for the community town hall engagement that happened in 2023 around this project. Wanted to kind of give you a story related to my fans over the Jamaican Association. Back in the early 80s, a group from Jamaica that moved here got the idea and the vision of forming a community group that we now know as JANA. And over the years, through volunteering, sweat equity, sacrifice, time, we've now built up a situation where we are the only Black-led organization that I know of in the province that owns our own property. 2 acres of land worth over $1 million on the north side of the city. And what that has done for our organization is given renewed vigor in making sure this organization goes forward, bringing in younger people to help carry the reins of succession planning and making sure that JANA is here for my kids and my grandkids and doing programs. It allows us to develop different initiatives, different fundraising models, and create a community hub for the Jamaica diaspora here in Northern Alberta. Without it, yes, we would still be doing our thing, but having access to this asset is something that is very unique to us and something that we're very proud of and something that we know that we can build on in the future. That being said, with this particular project with the AMCC, it also has the potential to have a similar impact. Is the business case in front of us perfect? No, still needs some work. We still need your help to make that happen. Your task today is how do we take what has been done to date and keep the momentum going, allow us to refine our models, allow us to have more community engagement, but without your help, this won't happen. You know, we can either leave today remembering that City Council, City Administration allowed us to keep the process going, or we can leave today saying, well, we won't forget about the decisions made today at Council. And so I encourage you to take a look at what's been done. I encourage you to work with the community groups to make sure that we can refine the process and keep this thing going to one day having the center that's been envisioned by our elders all these years ago. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Jean Lemon.
Yes. So my name is Jean-Brigitte Lehmann. By the way, if you can just correct because I see Jean Lamman.
Yeah.
So Jean-Brigitte Lehmann.
Lehmann, okay, got it.
I'm the founder of the FRAP, Francophonie Albertaine Plurielle, that is one of the main ceremony organizations become now Francophonie Canadienne Plurielle. Also the founder of and the CEO of Black Canadian Women in Action Society. That is the main Black-led women organization here in the Prairie, but all started here in Edmonton. Then last December, I was also pleased to receive the Order of Canada. I have been in this community for a certain time. I was a board member at Africa Center, and I worked a little bit, just few months there. And we had already at that time this project to have a center. for me, the time has come that we have that center. Because I think that no matter where you go in big cities, it's always important. You will see that you have structure like Africa Center. Unfortunately, here in Edmonton, even in Alberta, we as a black community, we have nothing. There is no structure. When someone come in Edmonton, I want to go to see, I don't know, a center where, people from African descent. We cannot find that here. Yes, we have Jana now, and we are very proud to have that site. But I think we need more, especially because our communities, as you know, is growing. Alberta is where you have the third largest community of people from African descent. So that's why having something like African Multicultural Center is crucial. People need a place where they can meet, share, welcome others, to discover their culture and to understand who they are. So it's very important. My own organization, I funded it because women came and said to me, you know what, we would like to have a place to meet, to talk about our challenges and solutions, to see how we belong. So people need this center. I think we shouldn't just think that if we have one center, that will be enough. No, as I say, the community is growing, and we need other structure as a black community. No, I understand that maybe we will have also some of ours who can say that maybe the need to understand where we are going, who can have some concern about the center being, it is a center for African, from African descent, or from the Caribbean, but I think we have to, this time, come together and try to have something like this center. And also keep in mind that it's not because we have one center that is enough. We can have also other. So that's why I think also that once Africa Center have this structure, we have also to review a little bit a mandate. But for now, today, we are here more to play about having this center. And I really support, and I hope that we're going to have this center very, very, very soon, and that we won't be waiting again like more than 20 years to have something like that. So this is, I won't even use all the time I have. I wanted just to come here to say that I support this center and that we need to have something done, and that we cannot afford wait again, I don't know how many years to have a structure like Africa, Multicultural Center in Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Salamene Yamigo.
Thank you. I was born and raised on a farm. As the oldest of 19 children, our household has grown to more than 60 people, and then it's still growing. It's not done yet, because our family are still young, and we are making babies. From a young age, we lived by the beat of the land. Before the sun even rose, we were already out on the field, preparing the soil, planting seed, caring for crops, till after a long day of work, we then will harvest. Before that, after a few years, when I was 8 years old, I started grade 1. No preschool, no kindergarten, just with courage and dusty feet. My friend and myself, we will walk nearly 20 kilometers a day, going back from the farm to the school and back. At night, tired, we came home where our parents were waiting patiently. And then when we came home, they were happy. Today, I made Edmonton my home. My family is in Edmonton, and then we are building, contributing, and striving to thrive. Honorable Mayor, respected councillors, dear community leaders and friends in this arena, you may ask, why am I sharing this story? Because I stand here today only because my parent gave me a place to call home. Because my parent gave me a place that when I was tired, I can come back to sleep, to laugh, to belong. And then we all know that deep down, that having a home is not a luxury, it's a necessity, it's a life, it's the future. And then a home is not just bricks and walls. It's a resting place for the tired, a safe place for the weak, a drink for the thirsty, a food for the starved, and then a strength for the struggling person. And yet, today, many black people in Edmonton were still wandering, still renting basement, still gathering in borrowed hall, still building legacy on land that we do not own. We cannot plant deep, we cannot grow our seed and expect to harvest if we cannot fully own a place, if we cannot have a land. So I'm here today to ask boldly, clearly, and urgently, let us not lease belonging. Let's own it. In the city of Edmonton, if the city of Edmonton grants a land title to the black community, you are not giving us a space. You are giving us a place where hope finds home, a place where culture finds foundation, a place where generation found grounding. African proverb says that a tree without roots will fall. We need a place to plant roots. We need a place to grow strong. My mom usually tells me a patient person will drink one day the milk of an infertile cow. My friend, today is the day. And then will you say, decision maker, dear city of Edmonton decision maker, that is that one day today for you, or today is the day one? Let me leave you with three truths. There are times when leadership means being bold. Now is the time. There are times when leaders must take first step. Now is the time. There are times when future is calling, and we must answer yes. Now is the time. A time to foster belonging, a time to reset hope, a time to create impact and leave legacy. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Rudy Kempsta.
If His Worship can allow me to say a word in French.
Of course.
Thank you. Honorable Monsieur le maire Sohi, chers dignitaires, émérites conseillers et leaders, mesdames, messieurs, il m'est arrivé de consulter des archives photographiques du centre-ville d'Edmonton tel qu'il était il y a 50 ans, il y a 100 ans. La transformation est saisissante, époustouflante. Des avancées majeures en infrastructure, comme en témoigne le projet de LRT à travers toute la ville. Mais ce qui frappe encore plus, c'est la diversité actuelle de sa population, notamment une communauté noire vibrante issue de l'immigration afro-caribéenne, désireuse de contribuer activement au développement durable de notre chère ville, dont personnellement j'en suis tombé amoureux. Sur les plans économiques, bien sûr, politiques, social et culturel. C'est en cela que le projet AMCC dépasse la simple construction d'un bâtiment. Il incarne un symbole fort d'unité et d'inclusion, reflet de la mosaïque culturelle qui fait la richesse d'Edmonton. Ce centre serait un lieu de mémoire, de rencontre, de transmission et d'action collective. En tant que bâtisseurs d'avenir, nous avons aujourd'hui l'occasion d'écrire une nouvelle page d'histoire ensemble. En vous remerciant de m'avoir accordé le privilège de m'exprimer à cette tribune, je voudrais toutefois formuler une doléance sincère. Moi, originaire d'un pays, le Cameroun, un pays comme le Canada, bilingue, français-anglais, et donc il y a une communauté francophone grandissante ici à Edmonton. Et pour cela, ma doléance serait de proposer un service francophone pleinement intégré dans toutes les structures, ainsi qu'au sein des conseils décisionnels. Je salue à cet égard les efforts de l'ELIP, Edmonton Local Immigrant Partnership, l'ACFA, organisme porte-parole de la francophonie albertaine, et tous les organismes qui œuvrent pour cette inclusion. Je suis Rudy Kemsa, président de l'Association camerounaise d'Edmonton et premier paramédecin francophone de la province. Merci de m'avoir écouté. Je viens de recevoir une note me demandant de résumer un petit peu en anglais. So, what I would like to say is I'm originally from a bilingual country, and in Edmonton, there's a minority community of French growing, and we need to create a space for them. That's why I'm here to support this project. That will be perfect for us for the inclusion. So I don't know if that will summarize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll check if Temitope Oriola, joining us. No. Next, we will go to Ranti George in person.
Thank you, Mayor Soji. I'm the councillor and the member of the public. My name is Ranti George, and I sit here before you. I'm a social worker, and I'm also the director of the first Afro-Caribbean Indigenous Food Bank here in Edmonton. I'm deeply committed to community engagement, inclusion approach, and client-centered work. I want to say what shaped my existence today as a social worker is a place called Covenant House in Ontario. Covenant House is a shelter, if you don't know, it's a shelter in Ontario, and it's a one-stop place that has everything for newcomers or people that currently live in the city. It's a place that has settlement program, a bank, a school, community support, whatever you need. It's a one-stop place for everything, which makes life easy for newcomers or people that live in the city that is looking to access support. I want to say what brings me here today is the huge support of this new development. A permanent place for African Center, a place that we can access, a community-owned African Center building in Edmonton. And I want to remind us that the African Center is not just an organization. It's a vital community-rooted institution that reflects the vision and the voice of the people of African descent. It's a place where family turns to support, they turn to mentorship, settlement, newcomer find a pathway to belonging. We envision a one-stop center that houses many things, many other things that people have said today. It's settlement services, employment, entrepreneurship, childcare, mental health support, and perhaps in the future a food bank. I want to say for years, African Center has provided services, have provided programs serving thousands of people with limited space and limited resources. Yet, they have created a meaningful, measurable impact. I will urge us, by investing in this permanent African Center building, we are investing in economic opportunity through job creation, entrepreneurship, and skills development. We are investing in social connection by reducing isolation for family, elders, seniors, youth, and every other person. We are investing in cross-cultural collaboration with all other community in Edmonton as our indigenous partners. Most importantly, a more equitable and inclusive city, which aligns with Edmonton anti-racism strategy. This building will serve people of African descent, yes, but it will also be a beacon of innovation, unity, and togetherness for all Edmontonians. We all just to view this not as a request, but as an opportunity to invest in equality, in a community, in the future we all say we want to build together. I will leave us with this. We cannot build an inclusive city without investing in infrastructure that makes inclusion possible. Thank you so much for having us today. I strongly believe in a place that houses many things, in a place that we can call our own, in a place that represents who we belong. As we all know, that as of today, over 107 newcomers called Edmonton home, and more than 8,000 refugees has been settled and welcomed here since 2016. So people are coming in every day, newcomers are coming. We need a place, a one-stop place for them to go to access support that can contribute to our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Nancy Kilelo Mathe from Dateway Holistic, joining us from Calgary. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just a correction, I am joining you from here in Edmonton.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I come to you today wearing 3 hats. First and foremost is that of a mother of a brilliant autistic boy. And secondly, as a health scientist who's deeply engaged in health equity, my work is at the University of Alberta and at the University of Calgary. And thirdly, as the founder of a social purpose business that provides care to autistic and neurodiverse children here in Edmonton. Currently, I'm speaking to you from our facility in West Edmonton, which is a purposely built facility that helps supports young children with autism. I strongly rise today to support the development of the AMCC to meet the needs of the African origin communities and Black communities in Edmonton. And I speak from both personal and professional perspectives on why this initiative is not just welcome, but urgent. Let me begin with telling you a bit of my story. My son, like many other children on the autism spectrum, thrives in routine, sensory-friendly environments and spaces that foster connection without judgment. I'd like to give the example of the recreational center in my own neighborhood, Terwillegarek, where that has been a lifeline for our family. This is where my son has learned how to swim and build confidence in group activities, and critically, where I, as a working mother, can carve out a time for my own wellness, knowing he is safe and inclusively engaged. But not all families, especially newcomer families, have this experience. Many are navigating unfamiliar systems in environments that do not reflect their culture, their languages, or their children's urgent needs. I hasten to mention that as a scientist who's worked in this space, I must bring to your attention the increasing prevalence of developmental disabilities, in particular autism. Currently, the numbers are at 1 in 36 children and climbing. Yet, families are waiting up to 18 months for a diagnosis and even longer for services. For Black and immigrant families, these waits are often exacerbated by systemic barriers, from the lack of culturally appropriate care to limited community-based resources. This is where the infrastructure matters. A culturally grounded neurodiverse affirmating center could provide a trusted, accessible space for possible respite, for community building and recreation, inclusive programming that honors cultural identities and different abilities, and a much needed bridge to care through partnerships and service providers and educational workshops and peer-led support networks. The AMCC is an opportunity for us to provide that space. As the founder of Gateway Holistic, a business that serves autistic and neurodiverse children, I can tell you the demand is far outpacing what the system can currently provide. Community infrastructure like this can relieve pressure on families, reduce isolation, and create opportunities for social inclusion, wellness, and dignity. We have a chance here not only to build a building, but to build belonging. I urge you to support this vision. Let's ensure that every child, regardless of diagnosis or background, has a place where they can thrive. And let's make Edmonton a national leader in inclusivity and equitable urban planning. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Donna Combs Montrose.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and members of Council. It is a wonderful opportunity to be able to address you this morning on this critical matter to our community. I want to congratulate the initiatives by the Africa Center and by Council in initiating this project and supporting it thus far and allowing our communities to consider having a place to call home. I want to say a little bit about myself and my interest in this project. I belong to a number of different community organizations, mostly of diaspora origin. The Congress of Black Women, I have been a past president of the Carrie West Festival for many years, so I've known you playing mass with us, Mayor Sohi, for all of those years, and other organizations that thrive in our city. I want to support the project of the Africa Center in striving for a place to call home. I have noted in the conversation that, or in the literature that has been prepared, that we are very often regarded as part of the business plan community organizations are. I want to appeal for a stronger footprint that recognizes the complexity and diversity of the diaspora communities that are outside of the continent of Africa, that are striving to find their own voices and that are complex in the nature that we are Afro-Spanish, we are Afro-French, we are Afro-German or Afro-different colonial heritages that we have inherited as a community, all of whom thrive in this city we call Edmonton. I'm also serving currently as your historian laureate and really enjoying the role and trying to promote communities across the board of African and Caribbean heritage. But I also want to mention that our original communities, which we very often fail to recognize, are people from the Deep South, people from Oklahoma and Texas, who are a very entrenched part of our Black community and who are the original communities that existed in the lands here. So today I want to recognize in our presence the family of Mary Burley. Could you raise your hands, please? The families of Mary Burley who are in our midst, and the work done by the Shiloh Baptist and Debbie Dobbins and the community from Amber Valley that have to be considered in all of our conversations going forward, because these are the fundamental communities that whose backs we are building on and whom our center also needs to recognize as a vital part of the Black community. So those are the words I want to use today. We look forward to further collaborations among our various communities. As Greg Davis indicated, no, our plans are not perfect, but we welcome the fact that we have plans going forward, and we look forward to further collaborations with all of our communities so that we build a strong community that reflects our diversity and operates with strength. And we look forward to including other partners who are not currently at the table.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We have one more speaker on this panel, but two more speakers on this panel. But before we do that, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from St. Maria Goretti School, grade 6 class. This is another group. We already have another class from grade 6. They are here with their teacher, Filipiak. Did I get it right? Filipiak. And your ward counselor is Counselor Paquette Wardene. He is waving to you. How are you doing? Are you having fun at City Hall? Doesn't look like you're having fun at City Hall. Are you having fun at City Hall? That's a little better. Are you doing your mock council? Yes. Have you selected your mayor yet? You have? So I'm going to ask your worship to come down to the podium. Come down to the podium. First, tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Michael.
Can you move close to the mic?
My name is Michael.
Michael?
Yep.
Nice to see you, Michael. And what have you already done your mock council, or you're going to do it this afternoon?
We already done it.
Oh, what were you discussing?
Should we get rid of the bike lanes or keep it?
Get rid of the bike lanes?
Yep.
And what was the decision?
We should get rid of them.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Well, I would definitely want to know what the logics were put forward by both sides, but I don't think that is the time today to do that. But we will come chat, talk to you guys during the lunch break. Cool. Nice to see you all. Thank you so much for joining us.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go talk to those kids.
You can listen to those kids. Okay, you're going to go listen to those kids. Okay. All right, okay. That is it for a protocol item and clapping. Okay. Next we go to Speaker Abukan Orefuja. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Ibukun Orefuja, the founder of Black Business Edmonton. It's a non-for-profit digital hub dedicated to promote Black-owned businesses, services, startups, side gigs, events, and talent in Edmonton. Last year, we hosted our first trade fair that has 90 Black-owned business exhibited, and we want to say, Mr. Mayor, thank you for opening the event for us and presenting me and my team with an award. It was great, and we saw how you connected with almost all of the businesses at the event, and they were very excited. I also have the honor to serve as one of the advisory committee at the City of Edmonton Procurement, Sustainable Procurement, to connect Black-owned businesses to procurement opportunities with the city so that they can get government projects. I would like to start about some of the challenges we faced and why this AMCC project is very essential for our community. As we all know, food is very essential to culture. When we're hosting the trade fair last year at Edmonton Park, we faced a lot of systemic barriers because they won't allow us to have food at the event, and it clearly does not state in the contract. So after 3 months deliberating, we gave options about maybe enlisting some of our restaurant owners to work at the kitchen that day, and they didn't allow. So we have to bring this up with our local MLAs and MPs. Finally, we were able to get 3 Black-owned businesses to sell food. And Mr. Mayor, I saw you enjoying some of the pastries at the event. You really liked it. And where I said, food is very essential. And a project like the AMCC will help us call a place a home where food should never be an issue and where we don't have limitations to some of the business that we are allowed to exhibit. The AMCC will serve as an economic empowerment and local job creation. It will serve as a business incubator supporting startups and small business space that's affordable through commercial spaces. Business like coffee shop, restaurants, beauty and wellness will immensely benefit from this space. It will serve as a business support infrastructure where it will house shared services like bookkeeping, legal aid, marketing, and mentorship programs. It will serve as a visibility and marketplace for Black-owned businesses where we can host events like trade shows, networking events, which can give visibility to Black-owned businesses. It will serve as a center for collaboration and intercultural experience. While focused on Black communities, it will be intentionally multicultural, fostering partnership, joint ventures, and cultural exchange. Small business matters because small business owners are the backbone of our economy, and this AMCC project will let us achieve this. Personally, I love Edmonton so much because I've been here for 11 years as being a place that I've been able to achieve a lot, and I see Edmonton as the best city, in my unbiased opinion, in the world, and I believe this AMCC project will give us the space where multiculturalism can thrive in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Eric Awua.
Yes.
Please
Thank you
go
very
ahead.
much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Eric Awua. I am a performer, artist, researcher, and a PhD candidate of cultural anthropology at the U of A. I am here today not because I am the most qualified of all ACB artists in the city, but because the arts have carried me to this moment and anchored my voice within this important call for the AMCC. Through years of artistic practice, collaboration, and academic research, I have come to realize that the concept of home is not only deeply personal, but profoundly political, especially for artists of African, Caribbean, and Black descent. I am inspired by the work of Edmonton's historian Lorette Donna, who helped me and a group of emerging young artists. Yes, young, disregard the beard. The color came before it should have come, but I am still young. A group of young artists understand that for the first wave of African migrants or African-American migrants arriving from the Deep South, establishing a home in Alberta was both an act of survival and self-determination. Yet the systematic denial of that belonging at the point of entry set a precedent of exclusion that continues to reverberate today in the persistent barriers our artistic communities face. For artists, place is more than location. It is a condition for creation. It is essential to find or build a space that grants the peace of mind necessary to reflect on one's history, the shared legacies of one's people, and the dreams that shape our futures. For ACB artists like myself, this is not an abstract idea. It is a lived reality. There is a profound difference between being invited to create in a space and inviting others into a space that you have defined for yourself. For example, when you are invited to eat, you often have no control over what is being served. In my experience, this has too often meant being offered sandwiches, which is well-meaning, perhaps, but rarely nourishing in a way that speaks to my roots. While I appreciate the gesture, it represents a kind of one-way hospitality. It sidelines my abilities to cook. What I seek is not just to be served always, but to co-create, to bring my own ingredients to the table, and together prepare something we can both claim as ours. That is the African way: collaboration, contribution, and shared ownership. It is a cultural ethos grounded in mutual respect and collective creation. Homemaking, then, is not only about regenerating families for posterity, but also constructing cultural grounds where others are welcomed into our truths. For us, home is where the journey of creation begins. It is where authenticity takes root. This project provides not just visibility, but viability, a platform grounded in belonging, from which we can speak, create, and contribute on our own terms. Our creations are not just simple artistic expressions. They are cultural data, historical memory, and living theory encoded within our experiences and aspirations for an inclusive society. With me today are artists, scholars, and cultural workers who embody the continuum of artistic knowledge, an inheritance from our ancestors and a gift to our contemporaries. We cannot fully know who we are without acknowledging those who came before us and those who walk beside us. Edmonton is ready, and we are here not to ask for permission, but to affirm that we have something to offer, a great deal, in fact, to this city, to this province, and to this country. And let us be clear that the arts for us are not ornamental. They are epistemological. They are rigorous ways of knowing, of translating memory into movement, trauma into testimony, and space into sanctuary. This is the science of culture making. This is how we recode marginalization into meaning and meaning into momentum. It starts today. And for that, I want to invite anyone here to see a performance we are putting together this Sunday, May 18th at Mile Zero Dance Studios, if you have time. That will tell you how we create and why we need a bigger space to thrive artistically. It is called Papership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your ideas and views with us. Now we're going to open up questions from committee members and council members to the panel. Councillor Tang, you want to start? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all for being here, speaking. Merci pour votre présentation. I have to say, just to preface my question a little bit, I am not here to dispute the vision. I think the vision is very grand and very important. I think I'm going to be focusing on really how do you implement that vision and bring it to life. I've heard many of you talk about spaces for healthcare and well-being and food bank and for artists. A lot of my question will be focused around three areas, just to give everyone a heads up. So first will be around organizational governance and capacity. So I'll be asking a lot of questions for Africa Center. Community support, which I heard a lot in this round. And then thirdly, mostly to administration around risks to the city. So those are some of the things I'll focus on. Maybe I'll start with the community support. I guess for those of you, for example, Jean and Rudy and Duranty and Eric, are you also, you want to be part of a space? What kind of conversations have you had in terms of, should this space be there? Would you be one of the organizations to potentially lease in the future? Would you, you will see yourself as one of the tenants potentially? Should there be a center? Maybe Jean, I'll start with you if that's okay.
Okay. I think with this space, the space Africa Center is looking for can be a space where, yes, we can lease, but also just have activities there. You have, Africa Center have some activity like All Africa Game. Mm-hmm. That is usually all communities. Yeah. I mean, they have different type of activities. That's why when I was talking, okay, I say we have maybe to define also what really we would like to have in this center. But I think the place that we are looking for is the place where when someone come in Edmonton, also we can go like the lady who talked about how son who is autistic. Maybe they can have a space there, or maybe just Africa Center activities. Okay. Or also sometimes we usually have like a lot of events or things like that. We're going to have an event soon where we have to go out of Africa Center to have that. If we have a space like that, we could have those all these things in the same place.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Although I think having community organizations potentially being part of, like actually on site, was a very big part of the business case that I saw to make it viable for the future, right? So, but I appreciate your answer, and I can understand that everybody wants one space where they can all be there and participate and do their events. Maybe I'll ask some questions around the business case. I guess I'm curious. One of the things, you've listed some of your 3 top benefits for entrepreneurship, for example. And then there is the other community engagement that was done in 2023 that listed top programming like mental health, youth. So I thought the 2 were a little different. I was wondering if you can kind of speak to that a bit. I don't know if the consultant would like to speak. Yeah.
Councillor Tang, Vivian Manask here. For sure, I think that the 2 were actually aligned because really one came from the other. So the community engagement that we led informed the types of opportunities that the business case put forward. Everything that the community asked for was translated into an opportunity for the use of that space, whether for leasing that space, co-working type space, community programming space.
So it'd be all-encompassing of both the things that surface in both engagement then?
Yes. In fact, they really were integrated into, in essence, it became a single engagement.
Yeah.
There was a lot of collaboration in that process.
Okay, and then for that scenario 2 that's recommended, you talked about a housing unit. I was wondering, how did you land on that number?
This was a number that came, I think, from the Africa Center. It was an identification of a desire for having some transitional housing, and
I'm actually out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll come back. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just continue asking a question to Vivian Manasek?
Vivian Manask, yes.
Just looking at the business case, one of the things that I saw in the business case is 100% utilization rate for some of the housing, restaurant, and such. Realistically, can we expect 100%?
Well, I mean, certainly on a year-over-year basis, I think it's realistic because the numbers, we kept the number of housing units very small, so there's only 8 housing units. Really, the demand is higher than that, but we were trying to balance scope and budget and realistic capacity of the site. And so we believe that we've provided a case for a number of units that would be actually less than the demand. So, I mean, would it be 100% of the time? No, I'm sure there'd be a month here and a month there that people would be moving out, people would be moving in, but we have calculated it that on average it would be 100%.
Okay, I see. And then another thing that caught my attention in the business case, the communications specialist to address the infighting. So is that something that is in discussions or, and maybe?
That there is need for, I would say 2 positions that are really critical from the community piece. First of all, it's community engagement. So we currently have a community engagement manager positions, within the Africa Center, and we've seen how that role has helped to bring communities together that we're outward facing through that particular staff member with direct connections within community. And the other piece is the communications. Having ongoing communications regarding to what is happening is really connected to the ongoing engagement piece, and also the ability to communicate in diverse languages and platform that would represent the community. So I'd say that those 2 positions, I agree with the business case, those would be essential for the community cohesion so that the community see themselves in the project.
Okay, great, thank you. And Greg Davis, I do have a question for you. You had said that the business case is not perfect and we need to keep the momentum going, and I understand, I agree. Is there anything that you can suggest about the business case, or are there any recommendations you've brought forward?
I think with the business case, as it is, community hasn't had a chance to fully engage with what city administration has put forward. And so when we did the town hall consultation, there was a lot of feedback that we got from a lot of different groups. And we were very intentional in trying to engage with, we only had like 5 weeks. So, we did what we could in 5 weeks. But I think, the business case, community needs a chance to also engage with it, give some feedback on it. And there's no such thing as a perfect business case. It doesn't exist, right? And so because we're dealing with a community that has varying opinions, varying ideas, there are some people that didn't have the chance to engage with us in the original town hall series that do have valuable input. I think that it's super important as we keep the conversation going, we allow for us to see if there are any new ideas that we can add to make the case as strong as possible and to make the project as viable as it could be for, it should be here 50 years from now. How do we make it, how do we get there? We need more input from the community.
Okay, great, thank you, and I agree. Nothing, it's never 100% or it's never perfect, but I wanted your opinion on what we could do to help make it better. And then I do have a question again about the business case, the target users, the risk, low probability but high impact. And I know that the ward I represent has a large Black community, and it is close, but it is still, it's not within walking distance. So is there anything that we're doing to ensure that people are even aware that it is there for them and ensuring that they can access it?
I could add, just from an urban planning and design perspective, that the intent would be that this would be through the planning and design process. And I think, to speak to the fact that business cases are never perfect, they're not, but they really lead to a planning process and a design process.
Okay.
And it's through that process that we articulate the level of detail that you're describing, including accessibility. So there'll be a question of parking, bus access, transit access, bicycle access, bicycle lanes.
Great, yeah, thank you. My time is up. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I'm going to have some questions, and I want to thank everyone's steadfast commitment and dedication to Edmonton. I have sat in these chairs for 14 years, and I have never seen this many people from diverse communities, Black, African, and Caribbean communities participate in the process. Makes me very proud. Yeah, and I want to start with Sam on the business case, right? As we get to the next step, how do you envision further engagement with the communities that Gregory was identifying that may not have had the opportunity to engage as deeply?
Thank you, Mayor. It's a good question. I think it's two things. The business outlines different forms of engagement that are embedded throughout the process. So the engagement that we carried out was engagement to get an adequate sample size, with disaggregated sample size of what is the vision and what does the community require. The next phase of the project, as we move into things like, design, there is then a very intentional, our architects I think will confirm, process around what is the actual vision as we move towards, and I think there's theoretic design sessions and town halls where we get to then come to the specifics around what that looks like. So I think that engagement is not a done deal. I agree with Greg. What we have is another 2 or 3 processes and ongoing of engagement that will inform the formal design, which of course will then be shared by community.
And getting to the next step, I have a motion that I've been working with committee and other council colleagues that I'll bring forward for consideration, But this is such a huge project. I think the step we will take next one probably is important step, but looking at multi-million-dollar facility and the fundraising. So can you speak to that?
Absolutely. I think that the fundraising piece is a piece that we've been working on for the last 2 years. So we have had specifically conversations with the federal government. They have a particular carve-out for Black multicultural structures and for Black housing. We've talked with Canada Housing Mortgage Corporation. We've talked with private foundations like the Stollery Family Foundation and a couple of other partners. We're actually kind of realizing that it might be easier to get capital funding than it is to get operations, because I think people like to see their names on buildings. Internally at the Africa Center, we have also created a fund development department. So we have a department now within the Africa Center that is specifically dedicated to identifying resources for our operations and programs. We've tacked onto that team the African Multicultural Center project. So what we've been doing is research. For instance, we know that the government of Alberta has a capital grant program, which we haven't yet approached them. To be frank, Your Honor, we find ourselves in a bit of a classic catch-22 situation, where to get the money, we need the land title. Without the land title, we can't get the money. So right now, we have about 4 or 5 promissory notes from different private and government partners where we'd be able to activate this land. I would also like to recognize the board of the Africa Center in being proactive in terms of the Africa Center now has an endowment fund, where last year they were able to contribute significant dollars, about $50,000, and the Edmonton Community Foundation was able to compound that at 100% matching that grant. So I think there's also opportunity within the Africa Center through the endowment fund, and I know the board has had those conversations around how that could help to catalyze the building and development.
So today's decision is essential in order to advance all of that work, and city being the first one to be indicating to other orders of government that we are at the table, which we have been, but that's an essential commitment that is necessary for next step.
I agree. I think it's both process as well as the title, like I said, being able to then unlock these dollars that we've been able to, we have promissory notes on.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I know my colleagues on executive committee are going to focus a lot on the business case, but as the ward representative council or for this area, I think I want to focus more of my questions on the localized piece of it. And I want to start with Vivian, because you said in your comments that it's well supported by neighboring communities, and you specifically cited Calder, Kensington, Wellington, and Athlone. Can you tell me more about that specific conversations and engagement that you've done with those communities?
For sure, Councillor Rutherford. Our team spent most of last summer and fall engaging with community at a series of events. We had afternoon events, evening events, workshops in person, large groups, small groups, planning and design workshops, as you might have participated in the past, where we look at the site and we look at the kinds of facilities that would be desirable to community. And it's in fact through that consultation that we identified the need for especially outdoor and green space, and having this combination of a cultural facility that also has access to outdoor space.
Because one thing I'm concerned about, and I'm going to interrupt you, just mindful of my time, is when you did this engagement, the conversation was not public about the fire hall. So I have seen that engagement. I've seen that engagement being done at community events, and it was playing with the entirety of the parcel.
Yes, and just to complete, yes, and we were made aware of the fire hall partway through the process, and there were members of city administration who met with us at the Africa Center sometime last fall. I don't remember the date. and identified the need for the fire hall. There were some discussions about should the fire hall even be connected and should this become one larger facility, because as you know, other municipalities have done projects like that. City of Calgary is currently doing a number of joint fire hall and community facility projects, for example, and so that was discussed. I think it was the view of city administration that it was better to keep these projects separate.
I know all of that history, so we don't need to rehash that history. I'm trying to specifically ask you, and I'm not trying to sound, I'm just mindful of my time and trying to get the answers I need as the ward representative. Because you said that the engagement will continue and is not done. So I feel like the engagement that happened with community missed information. And so are you going to go back out to the neighboring communities in this next phase, whatever decision is made today at executive? Because I do hear the concern about park space, and this is a park space.
Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to get at is, you know, what was the conversation around that then? And do you think there needs to be more or further?
I think as we move into planning and design, as we mentioned, it's normal to continue the conversation. And yes, absolutely, more community engagement is critical and must happen through the next phase. But we need to have the land confirmed so that we can move forward with some confidence and ask intelligent questions. There are lots of good things we can do through the planning and design process, as you know, that will enable maximal green space, even things like a fully green roof, putting parts of the building underground, moving the roof overground. I mean, there are many things we do through the design process that optimize green space and also optimize community facilities, cultural benefit to the larger community. And so until people can actually see the building, they can't really provide the next level of input. So yes, and we have to do both. We have to go back out to community and we have to start design in order to be able to do that.
But what I'm hearing is generally community support for the neighboring communities was high. They actually remembered and with fondness the Africa Centre being there before.
Yes.
But they also definitely want to see community park space. And so as you design and do the architecture, you'll integrate that and do more public engagement.
Correct.
Okay. That's great. Thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Piquet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to follow up with that, because it is a valid concern that's raised, has administration been partnering with you in that communication with the community?
Yes, administration has been involved in all of those conversations.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah, because obviously we got to do this all together. Yeah, okay. And then, you know, I think that what I'm hearing, all of these things can be ironed out. So my last question is, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Piquet. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. So, Sam or Edna, can you talk to me about kind of this land, the lease versus a sale prospect?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Tang. We looked at the two options seriously. The Africa Centre has been, I think, for the last 10 odd years in a lease situation. We are currently leasing a space at Circle Square that we've been in for just over 2 years, about 26 months. And as I said in my speech, the growth of the organization has been exponential. About 2 months ago, I did something that I'd vowed I wouldn't do. I'd worked in municipal governments, and I hate cubicles. We had to put in about 8 cubicles at the Africa Centre.
Sam, I'm also mindful of my time. I have a lot more questions for you.
So we had to put in some cubicles. So long-winded way of saying, 24 months ago, our staff complement was at about 25. We're now at about 50. So we need space where we can operate as an organization, but also the services and the community need has been exponential. So
right, but I don't know if that necessarily makes the case for the land sale specifically, right?
So in a land sale, we would then be able to acquire and own land which ultimately would develop a facility that would meet the needs of the services of the Africa Center and other non-for-profit who might co-locate and of the community.
For
I'm
example,
not sure if I've answered you, Karen.
yeah, so for example, at the city, there are also policies where you can lease and then work towards buying, and so I think, and I don't know what that means
Right,
for your
right.
fundraising efforts. But mindful of time, all these conversations you're having with the federal government, CMHC, do you have some kind of soft commitment, letter of intent? Are you working towards that? Are they contingent on the land sale? Would they be able to articulate that in writing, for example?
To be frank, they are contingent on the land sale. The conversation doesn't begin when you don't have the asset
Right.
where you
So,
want to build.
so you have that in writing, and you that will be part of, letters of intent that you could potentially secure.
Could potentially, yes. I'm not. I won't guarantee that we can get them, but we can certainly go back and ask.
Yeah. And then just back to kind of some of the earlier points around your engagement was published in 2023. The business case was published in 2024. I guess what kind of share back events have you had with the communities, with those who participated in the process, to let them know here's some of the findings?
Okay. So we did a couple of things. After we had conversations with the community, there was an interim report that was generated. And this interim report was then shared with community both in person and virtual.
And the final report?
So two steps. So the interim report was shared to community as a validation process to say, do you have anything to add? Is this what you have? And then after that, the final report was generated. And then the final report had two avenues. And I'm looking at Dr. Edna here. The community engagement is a bit of the board mandate. We shared the final report with the city, and I'll let Dr. Edna maybe pick it up from there in terms of how.
So the community engagement, I think you're asking for feedback loop to go back to the community, and there was some conversations happening with community leaders to share that information.
Yes, feedback loop for sure. I'm sorry I'm cutting you off, but I'm running out of time and I don't necessarily want another round. But in your business case, you identify lots of risks related to communication, and they're all quite high. And the mitigation of that is to hire communication specialists. And to me, this is a really critical part, is to kind of get folks on board, right? And sharing back means some kind of closure of that stage, and it's a way to mitigate. So I guess I'm hearing community engagement director, but it sounds like it's for the whole of your operations. But the report specifically talks about specific to this project. And so since 2024, over a year ago, you've published this. I'm wondering what steps have you taken to start to mitigate some of those risks?
So thank you for that question. Yes, the communication director and the communication department is there for the Africa Center, but there's also it's specifically also tailored towards communicating the information about the MCC. So between June of 2024 to March of 2025, within that span is when that information was shared in major events, key events like the 16th Annual Gala, the soccer tournament, the Melanin. So all of those, the communication has targeted these events to share the information about AMCC. But again, it's not, of course, the information is shared, but it's an ongoing community engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the questions to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Please step back to the middle, as part of the public. It's all public, but that's where the non-speakers sit, that part. And we'll go to our next panel. And I will call your names. Please step up to Philomena Okeke Aihi Jirika. Are you here? Oh, there you go. You'll be speaker number one. Annie Lydia Nakate, sorry. Will you please come down? Muhammad Ahmed, please come down. Amandala Nigwania Africa Soccer Tournament. Where are they? Oh, there you are. You'll be speaker number 4. Kimo Mensare, Africa Center, speaker number 5. Ahua Hassan, Somali Canadian Education and Rural Development Organization. Nura Badr. Nura Badr from Africa Center. Please come down. Jibril Ibrahim, please go ahead. And Pearl Bennett. There you are. You'll be speaker number 9. Okay. So I'll see if Ahua Hassan here? No? Okay, we will start with Philomena. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, the Mayor, and the City Councillors. I want to also acknowledge the indigenous land on which we are on, and thank you to my Black brothers and sisters, the Edmonton community, for the opportunity to speak to this matter. I speak as a scholar of African descent, a full professor at the University of Alberta who has studied African peoples, people of African descent, and Black people over the past 30 years. A transnational researcher who is well acquainted with the lives and experiences of my people, not only in Canada, but where they are coming from, their hopes and their ambitions for coming, at least those from Africa. Here today, I want to speak especially as an Obinoko in my culture, is a woman who by age, experience, and contributions to society has entered the Council of Elders. I would like to say that over the period of my research and my work in various Black communities, I can tell you that we do need a home. Black people today are one of the fastest growing populations in Canada. Since 1996, they have more than doubled their populations. Africa is now Canada's second immigrant sending region. Alberta is the third highest Black population in Canada, and over a period of 20 years, our population in Alberta has quadrupled. The findings of research over the past 3 decades, mine and others, call for this cultural space to build community. It's not simply a place for belonging, but where we can also be and know ourselves, because we are a very, very diverse population. Many speakers have already called attention to the various activities, so I will skip those. But I want to say that a cultural space is a step in the right direction. I want to say also that it's not our space alone. It's a space that should be held in trust, with clear social expectations for a responsibility to build relationships among us, with our neighbors, promoting peace and goodwill among Edmontonians, giving respect to indigenous peoples who have accepted us into their lands. It is it's very important to note that we are having these discussions at a period at which the world community called every one of us to pay attention to the well-being of the people of African descent. We are at the very end of the first decade of the United Nations Decade for People of African Descent. Edmonton City Hall, led by the mayor, acknowledged this decade in 2022. The United Nations have actually increased and moved on this decade to 2034, with all the aspirations that the world community hold for the African peoples. I am actually urging and hoping that City Hall will consider that we put this vision to substance in this next decade that we are going into. I thank City Hall for even giving attention to the issue, my fellow Edmontonians for also coming to join us. I am looking forward to a time when we can build opportunity, when we can start from building from vision to reality. I'm hoping that we will accomplish this at the very beginning of the next decade of people of African descent. I'm hoping that all that we are doing, working around the business case as a community member, will not go in vain, that the city will sit up and consider this and give us this opportunity to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we go to Annie and Lydia Niket.
Your Worship, the Mayor, esteemed councillors and distinguished guests, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Lydia Nakate, and I'm privileged to speak on behalf of the Alberta Black Therapists Network. Our Executive Director, Ms. Noreen Sibanda, is unable to be here this morning due to travel commitments, but sends her regards and unwavering support for the discussion that we are having today. Mental health is not just a need, it is a necessity. We know this because the recent Community Engagement Report for the African Multicultural Center confirmed that so many in our communities have long understood. Access to mental health services is one of the most urgent priorities for Black Albertans and the neighboring communities that will benefit from culturally informed support. This isn't just about individual well-being, it's about community resilience, economic strength, and creating a healthier, more connected Edmonton. At the Alberta Black Therapists Network, we have been working relentlessly to make mental health care more inclusive, more accessible, and more responsive to the realities faced by Black individuals, families, and communities. Since our founding in the year 2020, we have seen firsthand how systemic barriers, such as lack of culturally competent services, stigma, financial constraints, have left many without the care they need. And that is why partnerships matter. Our collaboration with the Africa Center has been transformative. Through this partnership, we have delivered over 6,380 sessions of direct counseling, supporting more than 1,187 unique clients in Alberta since 2020, and that number is growing on a daily basis. Each of these have their own stories, their own struggles, their own journey towards healing. These numbers represent real lives. They are just not figures. And yet we know this is just the beginning. This brings us to the African Multicultural Center. This center will be so much more than just a physical space. It will be a beacon, a hub, a community-driven solution where mental health, social services, and empowerment intersect. In the pre-project implementation survey, 45% of respondents perceived that the center could contribute to mental health and wellness. Edmonton's communities of African and Caribbean descent need a dedicated place where individuals can access care in a way that reflects their cultural identities and lived experiences. A space where intergenerational trauma is acknowledged, Healing is prioritized and equity is built into every layer of service delivery. We at the Africa Black Therapists Network strongly endorse the African Multicultural Center because we know firsthand the difference it will make. It will bring dignity to care. It will help strengthen families, support youth, and ensure that those seeking help are met with the resources they need, not empty promises. But most importantly, it will reflect the collective vision of a stronger, healthier, and more connected Edmonton. Now is the time to invest in mental health, to invest in spaces where our communities can heal and thrive. The African Multicultural Center is not just an opportunity, we see it as a necessity. And with your support, we can make it a reality. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Muhammad Ahmed.
Good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Amarji Sohi, other honorable members of the Council, city officials, and community leaders here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of our Somali community in Edmonton about the current issue related to Wellington Parkland site 127 and 132F in regard the request of African Center for Development. I am here today to express the deep concerns regarding the advancement of the African Multicultural Community Center at Wellington Eges School. While the vision of community organizations that serve marginalized groups is a commendable goal, but I have and I must question why the city of Edmonton has chosen to advocate, finance, invest so heavily into a single organization, the African Center, as the sole representative of an entire African continent which has a different and a diverse in cultures. There is no unique culture for African or blacks. Africa is not a monolithic entity. It is a continent of more than 54 countries, each with its own rich heritage, language, and tradition. To place as such responsibility of representing this diverse on a single organization is not only realistic, but fundamentally unachievable and exclusionary pathway. This could be equivalent establishing an Asian center or Asian descent without consulting the Chinese, Indians, or Filipino communities, each of whom would rightly demand representation and inclusion in the decision-making process. We haven't been, as a Somali community, consulted. Furthermore, I question the political influence. This looks like a lobby group is establishing in Edmonton as African Name Center, and the lack of transparency that appears to be a delay in decision-making. While the city of Edmonton endorsed a singular hub for Blackish community without inclusive consultation, where is the outreach to Somalis, Sudanese, Eritreans, and other African communities that make up the significant portion of Edmonton demographic? Our Somali community alone represents a considerable population with pressing needs specifically for youth outreach programs aimed at addressing our high rates of crime and homicide. Yet, no meaningful engagement has been done to address this issue within our Somali community from the so-called African Center. We are here not to oppose a progress, but we are here to ensure that the problem is inclusive and reflect of all voices. I respectfully request that this project be paused, called off, until City of Edmonton lead a full and a transparent community consultation conducted, one that includes all African communities and address the unique needs of each, or figure out the best way to approach what is the need of the community. Only when the City of Edmonton make consulting the African community, then can we can move forward in a way that truly embodied unity and fairness. Our recommendation is looking full consultation with African communities led by the City of Edmonton on development the Wellington site that related to the African Center proposals. Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi and the other councillors.
Well, thank you so much. We're going to take a break here and come back and start with Amandla, and we'll carry on not at 1:30 because we have a time-specific item at 1:30 that we need to deal with. Once we deal with that, unfortunately, there's going to be a little delay, so we'll come back to you once we have dealt with 1:30 item. Sorry about this break in schedule. Sorry. Okay. Committee will be back at 1:30. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. We do have quorum. And we are going to head into item 7.7, tax forgiveness options, Southern Springs GP Limited. And Councillor Tang, you exempted this. You want to move the motion and then make the introduction? Or is there a presentation from administration?
No presentation.
Okay.
You need opening remarks, but we can
Go
just
ahead. Why don't you give some opening remarks?
Sure. So, good afternoon, Council. We're here discussing a tax forgiveness request for Southern Springs, which is a condominium association. This is effectively a situation between a builder who was originally the owner of all the parcels, all the titled lots in this condominium association, and the condominium board that's now looking to take possession of the last remnants of the condominium corporation, specifically the amenities building. The builder had some issues in terms of acknowledging taxes owing over the last between 2020 and 2023, which resulted in the balance being racked up. Normally that would not be a cause for council to be getting involved. However, in review of this account in 2023, we acknowledged there was a fairly substantial overassessment by the city, which resulted in them having to owe more than they probably should have paid. They have since paid their share based off of the correct assessment value, and so now we're discussing the delta.
Great, thank you so much, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I will just start by moving that tax forgiveness for accounts 109345587, amenity of building, 102-77195 and 102-77196 parking stalls be approved to bring the tax balance to zero as of May 1st, 2025, to be effective when and conditional upon title transferring to Southern Springs Condominium Corporation, with funding to come from the city's property tax loss budget. Yeah, I think just very quickly, I think there's a lot of information, good information in the report. I've had a lot of back and forth with the residents who the condo board itself is made up of residents, and this is one that is in my ward, and hence they've asked me to bring this forward. So I guess three reasons why I think this is equitable to see this motion forward. One, there is a clear error on the city's part. And two, this is a very unique one-off situation. I know we get requests from this time to time, but this is a very unique situation. And three, the builder has in fact paid $24,000, which will cover the principal and penalties had the assessment been correct. And so for some of those reasons, I'm moving this today.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to have an understanding of how this, and I do understand that, the city has taken some acknowledgement that there was an assessment that was maybe a little bit more than was expected. But also, it was also Southern Springs, well, maybe not Southern Springs themselves, but the prior owner who was at fault as well for not challenging the assessment. So where do we see, I'm just surprised because the motion was to ask for options, and there was only one option given. So I was wondering if there was a chance of any other options to kind of acknowledge that the owners themselves also had a mistake by not challenging the assessment.
Certainly appreciate that, Councillor. So yes, I believe that when we received this motion, we went away to look at what was reasonable. Speaking to some of the things that were unique about this, this is a amenities building that the builder is no longer interested in holding on to, but the condominium board, the folks who really should be taking possession of this amenities building, have no interest in taking on until there's a zero balance. And so we're kind of find ourselves in a difficult position. We had some very serious conversations with the builder, the one who was responsible for paying the taxes. And in fact, to the extent that we were taking them to tax sale and requiring them to pay a tax repayment agreement. They did sign off on that, and we received $24,000 in payments from that builder, which, as Councillor Tang alluded to, would have covered the outstanding balance, not only the principal, but had they received penalties for the years that they failed to pay, they covered those as well. So from that respect, the party that was responsible for the error, which was the builder, has paid their fair share in terms of taxes. The remaining balance we acknowledge is more in terms of an assessment, an over-assessment that was conducted. And really the subsequent property owners, the condominium association, the actual owners of this condominium association, are blameless in this conversation. They're now just trying to take control of an amenities building that is still in possession of the builder. And until this tax balance is cleared up, they're at a bit of a standstill. So that's the unique nature of this situation. So we reviewed, speaking to the options, what the best approach would be, acknowledging that they've paid both the taxes and the penalties on the corrected value. We felt that this was the most appropriate potential option to consider for council.
Okay. All right. No other options were considered. Again, I just thought that there might be different options, but it just seemed that only one was presented.
Yeah, so I think when we did the review, that's when we consider what we think makes sense for options. This is the one that, if council wished to choose a direction, this is the one that we would think would make the most sense.
So it's one or the other, just...
It's not that, yeah. Well, I mean, council can always tweak the way they want to go about that. Just for the sake of simplicity, this is the one that we thought made the most sense given the circumstances. These are never, just for clarity, we never make these tax forgiveness reports recommendation reports, because at the end of the day, this is council's authority to do tax forgiveness. It's technically outside of council policy to do forgiveness in this situation. So we want to provide the outline of the situation and then provide council with the appropriate approach if they decide to go down this road. So that's the way we went about that.
Okay. All right. I'll just leave it there then.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. There's no more questions. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very important for me to bring this up because I had someone that I represent, in the ward I represent, ask me to bring a motion to council to forgive their taxes for, I think, a fairly valid reason. And the advice I was given was that it wouldn't be appropriate because there wasn't a precedence. And I understand that this is a different situation. And I just wanted to have it on the record that I recognize I am planning on supporting this motion, but I just want to state it that I do see that it is a unique situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So, Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Principe your example, and I think on any given day, probably all of us around this table get these requests one way or another, and our residents do expect us to advocate on their behalf. And I haven't, and I think every case is unique, and it is given some of the circumstances that I did feel compelled to bring this forward. And I think some of the lessons learned perhaps that can apply to anyone. Make sure you check your tax assessment. If there's an error, there are formal channels to challenge it. And I think in this case, the group of residents were kind of left with a bit of a mess, quite frankly, that they had no way of rectifying. And while I think there are faults on both sides, I'm glad that we are able to press for the builder to pay their fair share. And I think at the end of the day, this to me is a fair process. And it's not a small error. We're talking about magnitudes of multiple zeros in this case. And I know that in my conversations with this group of residents, once this is resolved, they will continue to pay, fair taxes that they're going to be owed come moving forward as this space will be properly assessed. So I appreciate my committee members' support on this, and that is all.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
We have all 4 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we're back to 7.1, and we heard from Muhammad Ahmed from Somali Community from Edmonton. Next speaker is Imelda Niguenia. Please go ahead.
Mayor Sohi, before you do that, sorry, we've just had a new request for Odion Walsh to speak to item 7.1. That request has just come in. Would committee like to consider that now or at the end?
Yes, we will hear from Odion
Walsh with unanimous consent.
Odion Walsh. Yes, yep.
Thank you.
We'll add to the list, and if you don't mind sending me the name, please. Okay, good. All right. There'll be speaker number 10 after Pearl Bennett. All right. Okay. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Mayor and the council, together with the community. My name is Amanda Ngwenya. I'm one of the founders of the All Africa Soccer Tournament, which started around 2006. It has been on up to now. This year we'll be doing for the 16th time. With Africa Center with us, supporting the tournament since day one up to today. And this is a tournament where we have all African countries coming to Berkeley for 3 days, 2 days for a single trophy. And we had, at some point we had countries up to 26, with countries up to 17, 18 every year. So, and I know Mayor Sohi, Karen, both Karens there, they've been there at some time. So this has been an initiative which Africa Center has been supporting since that time, and we found it very important that the initiative of the center go ahead. We support that. In this Africa Soccer Tournament, we had like 73 kids who have got scholarship through soccer, and they were spotted at this tournament. So we have got some scouts coming across Alberta, from BC, from colleges and universities coming to scout on those days when we have our soccer tournament. So we've got these 73 kids who have got this scholarship since then, and even some who have gone even international. So, and this has been possible because of Africa Center, and we'd like to see Africa Center grow and this initiative taken further so that we have a place where we can have this tournament being finished at that center. So we'll advocate to have a soccer field, artificial soccer field at the center there. Most of the people here, they've been talking about inside. I'm talking about outside. So that's what we're looking at. Kids have a chance to run after that ball. Kids have an opportunity to go further in education through sports. And unfortunately, soccer is the one which is a major sporting activity in our communities, and I guess most of the people here will agree with me. There are reasons why: simple access, cheap. You can buy a soccer ball for $14 at Walmart. You go and kick around. Unlike the sports which we are just being introduced to here in Edmonton right now. So that's the reason why we go most with soccer. And I won't talk much because we are running people. I'll leave it for questions and answer.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Kimo Mansari.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of the Executive Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present today on the proposed land transfer or sale located on the Wellington Park in the Athlone neighborhood to the Council of Advancement of African Canadians in Alberta, commonly known as the Africa Center, for a nominal fee of $1. At the December 10, 2024 Council meeting, administration was directed to provide report addressing identification of any portion of the Wellington Park site that may be surplus to municipal requirements, to the financial and operational implications of this a nominal fee land transfer to the Africa Center for a purpose of constructing an African multicultural center, an analysis of the 2024 business case, including financial and social assessment. Today, I'll speak to the importance of this proposed transfer or sale, the alignment with the municipal precedents and priorities, and the importance before Council to take meaningful action in support of equity, community development, and reconciliation. Between 2001 and 2021, Edmonton African descent population grew from 1.52% to 5.7%, reflecting one of the fastest growing demographic segments in the city. The Africa Center serves as a vital anchor institution for this community, providing programming in employment, youth development, family support, integration, and cultural preservation. Since the closure of the Wellington Junior High School in 2018, the Africa Center has lacked a suitable facility to meet these growing demands. The proposed African Multicultural Center would address this gap, offering a purpose-built space for community services, education, cultural programming, housing, and recreation. Edmonton's African community have historically faced systemic barriers, including limited access to cultural appropriate services and secure spaces. The city's consideration of a nominal land transfer aligns with its broader commitment to equity, inclusion, and reconciliation. This includes precedent land transfer for community benefits, such as the 2024 E4C transfer in the quarters and other below-market sales to support affordable housing. The subject site, formerly home to the Wellington Junior High School, is located in a diverse, well-connected neighborhood. It previously hosted the Africa Center, where it was running its program, and this land was earmarked for the AMCC. Following the demolition of the school and its return to the city from the Public School Board, the land remains undeveloped. It has not been designated for future municipal infrastructure, park space, or capital development. This aligns with how similar school sites have been deemed surplus in other contexts, like the Laga site in 2024. In December 10, 2024, motion from Council clearly signaled interest in repurposing the site for the community use. I want to thank all the councillors who have supported this project in the past and continue to do so. The Africa Center proposal offers continuity with its previous presence on this site and alignment with the public interest. Financial implication. A $1 land sale would reduce the financial burden on the Africa Center and enabling investment in capital construction and programming, while market value of this site could be several millions, comparable to $3 million valuation of the quarters land to E4C. The fiscal impact of the city is minor relative to the $3.5 billion annual budget that the city has. And it is projected at only 0.1% deficit, so this will mean significantly nothing to the city if this land is given to the Africa Center. Beyond economics, this transfer would be a signal of the city's commitment to racial equity, community-led development. It supports objective under Connect Edmonton, the city's strategic plan and aligns with zoning bylaw renewal effort priorities.
Sorry, Kimo. 5 minutes are up. Sorry, got to be fair to everyone, so no, can't go beyond the 5 minutes. Sorry about that.
No worries.
All right, next we go to Awul Hassan is not here, right? No, and Noura Bird. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon, thank you. My name is Noura Badr. I am born and raised in Edmonton to Egyptian parents. I'm a member of the Africa Center Board for the last 4 years and a member of this Capital Projects Committee. I did only register myself for questions, so I will not take much time to speak. But what I do want to quickly say is, as noted, Africans and descendants from Africa are a diverse and engaged group, and the Africa Center is committed to ongoing engagement and communication for this project. But we are looking to build this center on this site, not just for those of us in this room today, but for all of our children and for Edmonton and for the future generations of Edmontonians to continue to uphold these principles that we speak of industry, of integrity, and of progress. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Jibril Ibrahim.
Dear Mayor, member of the Executive Committee, and thank you for your continued commitment to equity, inclusion, and community building. I am here to share a path forward for the proposed African Multicultural Community Center, a path that reflects the voices and contribution of the broader Black community in Edmonton. While Africa Center has played an important role, the idea of transferring a public land to one organization for this purpose does not reflect the diversity of Edmonton's Black community. The AMCC, envisioned as a space for healing, celebrations, unity, must also build on shared trust and governance. The governance concern, many members of the Caribbean community have shared with me that the current name African Multicultural Center does not reflect their identity and experiences, suggesting they have a number of names that they suggested. I don't want to go into that. But in 2022, the city reaffirmed its commitment to the UN Decades for the People of African Descent and allocated $400,000 for Africa Center to lead a community engagement under the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan. Later, the city acknowledged that selecting just one organization was a mistake, and an acknowledgement echoed by the Africa Center's own leadership. Both recognize that no single organization speaks for all Black Edmontonians, and the mayor's office has apologized to us for that misstep. Despite this important parts of the MCC and planning, like how it will be governed or who will be accountable, remains unclear. Most of the engagement so far focused on building itself, not the structure that will support. Many organizations, including Somali Canadian Cultural Society of Edmonton, were not invited to participate in the risk assessment or review the business case. These decisions have moved ahead without the broader consent. Somali Canadian Cultural Society of Edmonton was started in 1991, a founding member. We were there in that building before Africa Center ever existed. And the people who used that center, 97% were from the Somali community. And Councillor Karen Principe mentioned that their community is far away from that, but I remember that most of the communities came from that area. As both the mayor's office and members of the community have acknowledged, centering a single organization has hurt trust. The AMCA project is part of the city's Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, which promotes unity, strength, and community wellness. But unless we approach differently, we risk repeating the same missteps that we set out to fix. What we are proposing here is pause any land transfer until a wider community around the governance takes place. The leadership of the Africa Center just mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, there has been a communication, they had a communication department. But I'm telling you that as a leader from the largest Black community, we have about 20,000 Somalis live in Edmonton. We were not aware of this meeting until we went into the city website to figure out that on itself. So what we are asking is to create an independent board of trustees that is independent from the actual board of directors of Africa Center. So, and also establish a two-tier governance model, which, trustee providing the oversight for the operational role. And this is our chance to create something lasting, a space that reflects the richness and the strength of the Edmonton Black community for it to thrive. It must be shaped by all of us, not just a few. With the election coming up in 2025, uncertainty about the future leadership, now it's time to act. We propose the transition plan, designate the site as a public trust for the benefit of Edmonton Black community, postpone permanent land transfer until agreed inclusive governance is in place, creating a city-led transition advisory of 5 to 7, and I could be one of those if that's elected also. This approach reflects the public resources, honors our shared history, ensures that this project continues with the broader community support, not just today, but into the future. This project is public interest, honors the community legacy, ensures the inclusive planning, continues beyond the political timelines, and helps the city avoid a repeated past missteps in its engagement with the Black community. We are ready to collaborate to ensure that this project becomes a success for everyone. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Pearl Bennett.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi, Councillor Tang, Councillor Principe, Councillor Paquette, and Councillor Cartnell. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. All other persons assembled as well. Good afternoon. And I want to say a thank you to the clerk because I came in late to this morning and added my name to the list. So thank you for allowing me. My name is Pearl Bennett, and I am representing the Caribbean Women Network. We're an organization, a 20-year-old organization that works very hard at intercultural activities through many, many programs that we have. We want to congratulate the Africa Center on the establishment of a wonderful resource in the community. We also congratulate them on the level of work that they have done to produce the report that they have, I saw online only yesterday, to make their case for a multicultural center. I am not sure where I saw, I have to explain myself a little, I am not sure where I saw, but I thought I saw the name being called the African and Caribbean Multicultural Center, Community Center of Edmonton, something like that. And I am here to use your word, Councillor Principe, to have it on record that I personally and the Caribbean Women Network board that I work with, we would prefer not to have the word Caribbean in the name of the building. That's what I'm here to say, mainly because name matters. Name is powerful. I have said here that names are very impactful. It may not represent reality either. If we were to say it's a Caribbean Cultural Center, is, in my opinion, to sort of deny the 500 years of history that created Caribbean identity and Caribbean culture in the islands, and to deny 50 years of work that we have done here in this city, or more than 50 years perhaps, that we have done here in this city to create a cultural identity for a Caribbean cultural identity. To subsume it within the Africa Center is not going to work for us. We may still be members. We may still use the center. We can work collaboratively. We may use the services of the center, but we do not want the name Caribbean Cultural Center anywhere in the name. I see today that it isn't this way thus far, but in the event that there is such a plan in the future, we want to just put our words on record that we would prefer that the word Caribbean Cultural Center not be part of it. I don't really have much more to say other than that. I would like to say thank you again for giving me this time just to say that. Yeah, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we go to Odian Walsh.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for listening today. Before I state my counter opinion, it is essential to understand my background. I was born and raised in the city of Edmonton, and although I am first generation, my grandparents came in the late 60s from Barbados and sent for their children. Edmonton is a place I have called home before Millwoods went even past 14th Ave. I'm a doctoral candidate in leadership focusing on social justice and one of the 4 founding members of Africa Center Counseling Clinic, the only free Black-focused counseling clinic in Western Canada. and that I also avidly support community initiatives and participate in groups such as Care West, Five Artists, One Love, Ribbon Rouge, and the CASH, Council for Caribbean and African Heritage. Yes, I do sleep, but I love our community. Similar to the previous speaker, I was unaware of this presentation, even with my involvement in other groups. Same to the one time the Caribbean community was engaged with only a few days' notice about this center. With all this said, I am against City Council moving forward with this motion at this time. Yes, it will be a significant step in showcasing Edmonton as a multicultural city as numbers rise. However, it will also support the erasure of supports for Caribbean Canadians, Black Canadians, and mixed Canadians. I see repeatedly the name ACB placed on funding requests, but when communicated to the public, the language is exclusive and inequitable. Those words acknowledging Caribbean and Black Canadians are removed, ensuring that only certain diasporas feel welcome. We all know that language and communication is key. This can also easily be seen when you go to the site about the AMCC project, which under FAQ has, can other Black cultures participate? If Caribbean and Black Canadians felt welcome and seen in this program, they would not need to have that as an FAQ or foresight. Take a moment to look at the current programming advertising under Africa Center. Yes, it says African descent, but unless you are scholarly, you do not know that the UN made this reference. And yes, our Black community is smart and highly educated, but not always on this topic as it hasn't been made public. Additionally, younger generations from the groups of Caribbean and Black Canadian have not been connected, and they will be the ones moving as our generation who sits here to talk about this today moves on to the senior programming. My recommendation is that not only should an inclusive name be strategized, as mentioned by Pearl and other members, that the land transfer is paused until Africa Center can statistically show the engagement and support of the Caribbean community and the Black Canadian community and various generations in this group. Instead of we're trying, we need to see actual numbers. I support that the program is paused until the Africa Center can show that the programming and design will support the multiple needs and development of the communities that are currently not being shown as participating and are against this motion at this time. That is all. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the speakers. Now we will open up for questions from committee members and council members. Councillor Tang, go ahead. You're good.
Okay, well, once again, thank you all for your patience and making the time to join us today. Maybe I'll go just chemo. You know, as the past board chair, as a member of the community, you're obviously quite involved with this. Wondering if you can speak to a little bit of engagement or lack of, as discussed by some of the other speakers.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We're thankful to the city for providing that $300,000 that helped us with the business case and the community engagement. We did a wide call out for consultant groups within the Black community and wider community to actually engage to come up with that. We did engage, and what the report shows that we need to actually do more engagement and hiring a communication person who will be doing that. Africa Center, before I left in December, had actually hired one that could do both engaging for the programs of Africa Center, but also engaging to the wider community. So what I'm hearing today, that more engagement, and I think that was the initial plan, that continuous engagement would be done.
Yeah, and I mean, I will also note that your first community engagement report was done in 2023, right? And so perhaps it's a resource issue or whatnot, but the capacity wasn't there to do even that ongoing conversations even then. And it's not necessarily falling on one person that, you know, that there's an obligation to continue these conversations with many.
Yes,
many
correct,
groups.
because at the time we had a transition. Our former ED was transitioning to a different role, and we had a new ED that had just come in. And then so we were working with those transition to actually see what we can do, and then that's what led to some of the delays in actually doing some of those
okay.
other engagement that we could have done.
Governance came up, I heard. So I just maybe one more question to you, and if, because this is a very niche question. In both the reports, you talk about Africa Center being Imagine Canada certified. And that piqued my interest as someone who has worked in the foundation space. Africa Center has closed out a number of audit recommendations from, I think, 2019, 2020, that was around governance. And I wasn't sure what happened since then. How do you uphold some of these governance practices? And Imagine Canada certification would be a very important milestone to say, we've done all this, we continue to do all these things, we continue to uphold governance excellence.
Definitely, and one of the findings and recommendations for the audits for the Africa Center was we are not inclusive enough, because initially the Africa Center was represented by country representation. So that we had to go back and look and make those changes to be more inclusive. For example, an organization like the Sierra Leone community, that is one of the whole community, but we have subgroups that are not represented at the Africa Center, but that changed. So we have individual representation, we have smaller organization representation, and then we have the country representation. And I think the Imagine leadership role was actually after the land, the proposal, even in the proposal in the business case, it states that we will come back together as a community to work on which kind of structure that we will need for the AMCC. And name, in fact, that was mentioned, it is not the definitive name. It was just a suggestion because that was the initial name.
Maybe I'll direct that question later to administration, because that's actually a really critical piece of information. I want to know that Africa Center does have that certification. I may run out of time on this, but Jibril, I appreciate your letter, and I appreciate folks from Somali community today from speaking out. I guess in the business case, it actually does talk about AMCC being an incorporated entity separate from Africa Center. But are you saying that they should do that before the land? Because I think in the report it says they'll do the land transfer and then pursue some of these status. That takes time, right?
It comes back to, again, community, engagement, transparency, and sharing information. And they submitted the business case 2020, December last year, 2024. They only posted on their website a couple of days ago.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm out of time again.
Yeah. No, I'll go next and I'll follow up on that. Jibril, can you further elaborate on that? And also, how do you see a path forward if AMCC is going to be an independent organization? What opportunity you see in the governance of that to be more inclusive of the community?
Yeah, both of us participated in that anti-racism committee. I think to have that broader community inclusivity and have a board of trustees that everybody within the community is happy with creates that kind of a vision of ownership of us community. And, Mayor and Amarjit Sohi, you've been around for a very long time. You were there once Africa Center was created 2004. And so, it is a fact of an organization. Africa Center is not a center for all Africans. Africa Center is like Mennonite Center or, Reach Edmonton or Somali Canadian College side of Edmonton. That's one thing that we need to understand. The model that we had previously was, the governance model that we had was country-based. That has changed. So 54, now we have about 5,000 membership, whatever it is, that 54 becomes insignificant. So that means the community, the broader African community, but also the black community, they will not have that voice that they can, speak about, right? So the best bet to do this is the board of trustee. The board of trustee will create a board of kind of operation. Even registering the EMCCN and without our knowledge and consent is also, it shows that there's a lack of sharing information and communications as well.
Okay, I know I see that, but I don't think AMCC has been registered as an entity, because there's no consensus.
Okay.
There's
So
no.
if that is the case, the
Yeah.
best bet moving forward is that including the Caribbean and also the black, youth that were born here, to make it more inclusive, I
Yeah.
think what we need to follow is this is part of the initiative of anti-racism action plan.
Yeah.
If we need to do that, if there was a misstep of selecting Africa Center to do that initiative originally, this will also be a misstep. So the best bet moving forward is to create that. I believe if we go back to the drawing board, we can come up a really a good governance very quickly before the ending of your mandates.
Yeah, so I think I have some ideas that I'm kind of putting together to broaden that governance dialogue, right? That at the same time moving forward on the project, right? I'll come to Mohammed Ahmed. Again, I appreciate your concerns about one entity being the only representative of the community, which is not the case, right? But that's something is a concern that you raised. So if more engagement can take place, if the governance model can be more inclusive and embracing of different views and organizations, would you see that as a kind of a step forward?
Thank you for that question, Honorable Sohi. I think the best way for this issue is, this issue is something new. Something new, like an organization representing, the city of Edmonton represents the population here. So African Center looks like they are representing the blacks in Edmonton, which is not viable, which is not realistic in many ways. Service, we need service providers. We need, and we have a different. Even my brothers who are sitting alongside with me, we don't speak the same language. Only we speak with the English. So what is the culture that we share? Each country has its own history or its own, language. So in that way, the city can, provide whatever assistance to each group, to each organization, as an African, like Nigeria, Somalia, Ethiopia, each country independent. Do not bring together, because that will create a more problem. Because there's no understanding between them. Different, Africa is Africa. We only share the color, the black. That's the only one thing we share. We don't have the same faith, same religion, same socio-economic. So what is the culture they are talking, bringing together and teaching in one place? We are Canadians, Edmontonians, and the organizations of the government, or whether it's the city or the professional, we can access whatever we need, but not. And this organization, we see.
I'm running out of time. So I'm going to go to Councillor Paquette next.
Yeah, thank you. So I see a few different scenarios here. One is a structural reorganization of the entire ecosystem. Might take years. I see also like conversation about we are not the same. So why are we doing this in the name of sort of representing everyone when maybe we don't feel represented? And then the third is, are those responsibilities of the city to deal with, or is that within the community to have that conversation? Because if it's the responsibility of the city to solve that, I think the city probably just wouldn't, because it's not in our realm. It would be overstepping, and it would stop the development of this center probably indefinitely. And so what is the path through here where we find where we are more aligned and more alike than focus on how we are different and not aligned, and can we actually come to some sort of good compromise or agreement that allows good work to move forward instead of pausing all work, at least from the city side.
Yeah, if I can, that's how it started. The city actually did the first engagement, and it didn't go well because it is incumbent upon the Black community to come together to actually do that. We've seen we've gone so far. We've seen people have identified the gaps, and I think what we need to do is also come back together as a united people to see how do we move forward with those gaps. But what I think could be unfortunate here, if this motion doesn't go forward to the next stage so that we can actually continue doing the work. So to your point, yes, city actually did that, tried that. It didn't work, so it came back to us, and we actually hired community people to do the engagement. It was not done properly, but we could, it was not I'm not saying properly, it was not done completely. We will add to what has been done.
So I guess the question would be, what makes more sense overall? To just stop this work now, and you don't know what the next council will decide. They may say, you know what, we're not going to involve in any of this at all. No deal, everything's off the table. That is a possibility. So is it better to do that, or is it better to move forward and then the community continues to evolve and have the conversation? Because I would imagine that it's a conversation that will be ongoing and never end. And that's probably a good thing. Yeah, go ahead.
And the city of Edmonton has already spent about $700,000 for the community engagement and also both the anti-racism, but also in this building. So the investment is already there. And what we are proposing is not to stop the land right now. What we are asking is to designate the land for the Black community. That will force also Africa Center, who they have failed to do the appropriate governance, and discussions, but also do the outreach. Because I was talking to the Ethiopian community, talking to the Eritrean community, Sudanese community. None of them were aware. As I mentioned, they posted only a couple of days ago. So this is going to give the council and the mayor, if we designate this land and make that decision today on the contingents, that the community will come back with the governance.
Okay, that makes sense. Now I'm clear. Like, at least move things forward and allow the community to continue to have these conversations, but at least secure this good thing and don't let perfect get in the way of that, because we can work on perfection as we go.
Exactly.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
So just want to follow up on that, Gabriel, that the part of the motion could be that a plan to implement a governance structure for the call it AMCC now, because that's not a firm. So Pearl is not that name has been settled on, right? So that will reflect the diversity of the African, Black, and Caribbean communities. So having that included as part of moving forward would satisfy some of your concerns, Gabriel? Then I'll come to Pearl.
And it will satisfy on the condition that there's no single organization land transfer. Then that we can work on the governance side to come back. I believe that all of us have best interest to take care of this, before the end of your mandate. I believe that I will be working on that myself as part of that team.
Yeah, the challenge with that, Gabriel, is that the land has to be transferred to an entity, right? It cannot be transferred to a non-entity. So I know. So I think that's what the struggle is,
but
right?
It could be designated. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mayor.
I don't. We asked that question, but I don't think that's possible.
That's not possible. Okay. So maybe give us about a month or 2 months. We're going to go back to the drawing board and come back better governances. Okay. I believe we can do that.
Pearl, you wanted to comment? Mike, your mic. Can you turn on your mic?
Yeah, sorry, I just not sure why, because of Caribbean blacks, is that what it is? That's why it's being lumped in with the, I feel like the Caribbean cultural piece, it will be subsumed within that Africa-centric center. It's not going to be on equal par.
But that doesn't have to be correct. There are other organizations. For example, JANA will continue to work on Jamaican culture. Your organization will continue to work on the Caribbean culture. This is not the one and only thing that will exist in the city. Just more of a, this is a place like, you know, you have other organizations. Maybe I'll go to Professor Philomena Okeke.
Your Worship and Council members, I think that you have probably have watched this kind of process in the past of people coming to make this kind of requests. And I don't think we have ever come to a point where there was 100%, everybody agreed. We all have our differences. I think black people, people of African descent, whatever we call ourselves, are one of the most diverse people on earth. I will be really scared if we came here and we all mounted the same thing. It would be very scary. What I know that we must continue is to talk among them ourselves. This is the responsibility of the elders here, working with the youth, working with various groups of people. People have their differences. There are reasons why they want to say yes, no, in between. We need to continue that, but we need to seize this opportunity. I don't know when it will come again in this world. So I will urge City Hall to consider this opportunity while we continue our conversations.
No, I
continue even when the building starts.
No, I appreciate that. I think this has come along a ways since since community took the ownership of the consultation away from what city was doing. Maybe I just got 1 minute remaining. I just want to understand, Jibril, I don't think we can come up with a different structure within a couple of months. That is not possible. You're looking at maybe significant amount of delay into the future, and probably, next council dealing with this issue. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there's a different proposal that we could initiate. Yeah. I always like to come up some, ways of alleviating that. Since we were in that building from the beginning, before Africa Center ever existed, why not transfer the land to those two organizations on a condition that we're going to work with broader community representations?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to put more emphasis on multicultural. There's so much. We are Pan-African, we are descendants. Maybe we emphasize more on the multiculturalness that makes not only Edmonton what it is, but Canada what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay. All right, that concludes the questions from committee and council. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate this richness of the conversation. Please step back into the public part of the chamber. So, clerk, now we'll go to questions to administration. I do have a motion that I would want to put on the floor, so community would know what that is, and we can ask questions on the motion as well as on the general questions to administration. Is that possible?
Yep.
Okay. So just to initiate the broader conversation on a path forward, I will move that executive committee recommend to council that administration negotiate a nominal $1 value agreement with the council for the advancement of African Canadians in Alberta for the sale of approximately 1.2 hectare portion of Plan 2488 KS Block 76 Lot 1 outlined in Attachment 7 of the May 14, 2025 Community Services Report CS 02816 that includes a buyback option for the city to purchase the land back for nominal $1 value if construction is not commenced within 5 years, and provide a report to committee for approval that includes the following information to be requested from the Council for the Advancement of African Canadian in Alberta. Number one, that an updated operating model that includes contingencies for vacancies of commercial and housing units. Number two, letters of support from Black-led organizations that reflect the wide diversity of African, Black, and Caribbean community. Evidence of a plan to implement a governance structure for the AMCC, including Imagine Canada certification that reflects the diversity of the African, Black, and Caribbean community. A capital funding strategy, including letters of intent from potential funders, and options to replenish the parkland purchase reserve account. So that is the motion that I am moving. Look forward to feedback on that from my council committee colleagues as well, right? And just to introduce it, this is to get to the next step. It continues to have those conversations instead of stopping here, allows community to continue to have engagement on building continue to build that inclusive approach to engagement, and how the governance structure could look like that will reflect that diversity of different opinions as well as in the organizations, and then some of the contingency being built into the business case on the operating cost, and then also having a funding strategy in place so that we can actually not only transferring the land, but also really making it real in a way that it actually happens. So that's the motion that I'm putting forward, and look forward to feedback from colleagues. I want to thank Councillor Tang and Councillor Rutherford, because this land is located in Councillor Rutherford's area for having input into this, and Councillor Tang also has been working with the community on this too, right? So really want to appreciate their input, and so far look forward to input from the rest of the committee as well. Cool. Okay, that's it. You go ahead. Questions? Yeah, questions. Now we go to questions from committee to administration. Or I can start. So let's talk about what we heard from some of the community members around expectation of broader, more robust, ongoing community engagement, right? Can you speak to that as well as what a transfer allows us to do? Maybe I'll start with what does the transfer of land allows us to do moving forward on this project?
So I can start with that one. So,
yeah.
So per the motion here, we would be working with the Council of the Advancement of African Canadians in Alberta, and so we'd put together a term sheet that would showcase what we've negotiated in terms of that sale agreement. We would not execute that until we came back with a report to Council. And then with that, if Council makes a determination at a subsequent meeting to approve that, we would sign off on that agreement, and the land would be transferred to that specific party. And
so the final executed agreement will come to Council for approval? Correct. Okay. And can you, maybe this is to folks, like, can you speak to the governance? Like how do you create a governance structure that is as inclusive as possible, as we heard from the community?
I think we would really look to community to define that rather than putting a top-down direction on it. It really does depend on what is the intent of the project, what is the scope of the project, who is it intended to serve, and really understanding what is how do those groups show up in Edmonton, how can they be connected with most easily, and what are those groups' desires for having conversations and their involvement ongoing. So I don't think that there's unfortunately one answer to that. I think that is a conversation between the organization and the community.
But there is kind of a structure of a governance in the business case that talks about city, community, communities, organization. Neighboring communities in there as well. But that's not kind of carved in the stone governance structure. That's kind of a. Can you speak to that?
I think we could continue to have those conversations in terms of what is the most sustainable and inclusive in the long term.
Okay, got it. I'll stop. No, just on the. We have taken this approach in the past. I remember with the GEFF, where we transferred the land, then they took on the charge of building the facility. So, but from a precedent setting, we have done this kind of arrangement of transferring land in the past. We have done that with, I think, Sejong Multicultural Center a long time ago.
Yes, we have transferred land previously to various organizations.
Non-profit organizations.
Yeah, like the most recent examples have been towards nonprofit organizations that are specifically working towards affordable housing development. And so we've really focused a lot of our land sale efforts on that aspect.
Yeah.
But the city has transferred land to, say, the Edmonton Community Development Corporation in order for them to fulfill the mandate that they've previously presented to council as well. And in those instances as well, we had included buyback provisions so that in the event certain construction did not commence by a certain date, the city would still have an option to reacquire the land.
Yeah. Any example of transferring land to cultural community organizations? Because I definitely know this is a while back, 2008-9. We did, city worked with Sejong Multicultural Center in the southeast part of the city to make that project a reality and put a lot of effort. Administration did. I can't remember who we transferred the land or not.
Yeah, Mayor Sohi, I don't recall one where we have moved forward with a nominal sale.
Yeah.
I know of at least one where we've moved forward on a market value sale, but nothing as of late that I can recall.
Okay. I'll stop here. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so I think that's the first part of the motion, which is the sale and then the buyback piece. I think in some of the examples you cited, where we do, I think what we think is strategic, what we think is good for achieving our city plan goals, but in some cases they don't come to fruition even after nearly a decade's effort. So I think this motion covers some of the diligence I think is needed. Can you speak to the buyback option piece? I think in this case it's 5 years. Is that reasonable? What is typical for nonprofit? And have you had that conversation with Africa Center to get a bit of feeling there?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Councillor Tang. What's reasonable is something that can vary depending on the state of each organization and how far along they are in terms of their development proposal. In this case, we have not had, at least I have not had specific conversations with the Africa Center around a certain date around this or even the buyback provision itself. When we sell land typically to other nonprofits, and I'll use the example of affordable housing, we will still include buyback provisions. We try to be flexible within those, knowing that sometimes it takes a little bit longer for those organizations to obtain the funding that they require. So we have flexibility within administration's delegation to work through negotiations after the fact as well to create a little bit of leeway. But the benefit of having a buyback is that there is still a way for the city to reacquire the land in the unfortunate instance where the ultimate vision is not progressing down the path that everybody had anticipated.
Councillor Tang, the other thing I'll add to that is that if the motion does pass, we will work with the Africa Center, and if the 5-year buyback provision is problematic, we would certainly provide that information back to council.
Is Africa Center able to answer questions? But I understand that they were available to answer questions during this period. Just wanted to confirm that.
They are, but they are not part of the delegation.
Okay. Okay, that's not the information I was given, but, so I'm going to take that as a no.
This is committee, just on, well, usually under new process, we ask for new information, but this is not a committee, right?
Yes,
So-
I understand. However, we were told that they could answer questions during this period if we wanted, and so
Okay,
I just think in this case.
okay, we can include them in part of delegation? Can? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. I'll see if there's somebody from Africa Center could step up to the,
So as my
Yeah.
seconds go down, maybe, yeah, if you can come up. I wouldn't mind knowing a little bit about your reaction to that, to this piece, this part of the motion. I don't know. I recognize this is highly unusual, but I also think some of the questions administration would not be able to answer, and I will really want to answer from you before we vote on this motion. Any reaction to the 5-year buyback?
Yes, when I was engaging councillors, when I was the board chair, that came up about a buyback, and I had requested that 5 years is a little bit too small, that 10 years, if they were given 10 years, we would do our best, but we had been engaging the federal and provincial government, especially the federal government on that particular, but 10 years was what we were asking for the buyback,
And I also
so 5 years.
And I also heard some urgency from the people speaking today. And if you are, I think, making progress steadily in some of these fundraising efforts, I'm comfortable with 5. But I appreciate some of the conversations you've had. The other piece in this motion is that first piece about governance. I think I just want to double check, like, do you have your certification for Imagine Canada?
Councillor Tang, the Africa Center does not have Imagine Canada certification.
Then why did it say, why did the report say that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that came from.
Okay.
But that's, yeah.
It said it in both reports, and that's a flag for me. And I guess I think right now the way the motion reads is actually quite confusing. So if it's friendly, I'm happy to take that out because it's referencing AMCC. But I think it was more of a question for you.
Okay.
Right, like questions about governance came up. You guys closed out the audit recommendations. That's a huge milestone. How do you maintain that level, of governance? I think is a really important question. How will you maintain that level of governance?
So the board chair and I had a conversation as we were sitting. We quickly checked in with staff. I thought it's something that we've missed, so we do not have it. The board chair has particular experience with having gone through or is more familiar with that process and the rigor that's involved. I'll defer to you, Dr. Edna.
I understand that, yeah, we just found out about this, but again, I think through being accredited is one of those things that would be, of course, really important, and that's a process. It's a longer process. It's not something that can
Yeah,
come
I know, and that's
early
why,
on.
it was a
But-
flag. Sorry, I'm out of time, but if it's
Okay.
friendly, I'm happy to strike that portion out of the
yeah,
motion.
yes, it would be friendly, because. Okay, okay,
Would you mind
Councillor,
just stating for those of us down here exactly what you would like struck out of the motion?
the reference to Imagine Canada,
I think it's in the parentheses.
That's fine, we can take it out.
yeah, good. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you again. A lot of my colleagues on executive have asked questions about the governance, and we heard from many speakers today, and I've had lots of conversations myself with representatives from the community in my role as a counselor in this area where current Africa Center resides and where we're discussing today. So I'm going to focus again my questions on a little bit more site specific. And I want this on public record today that I want confirmation that nothing, if this goes forward today, it will in no way, shape, or form affect the timeline for the fire hall.
I can do my best on this one. I believe that is separate from what's happening here, and so there is design and construction that's advancing on the, well, not construction, but it's going through the process right now. on that end.
So I will not hear at any point administration coming back to me and saying, if that project is delayed, it was because of this project. Again.
No, you will not hear that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I want to ask about the motion here will provide, in the report back, it'll provide funding opportunities for the parkland, right? Like we have included that in, so we are saying we will replenish that fund as part of this nominal sale.
So within the motion, our read of this is that when we come back with the report, we will provide council options of what does that replenishment look like. And then council can still make a decision on what to do in terms of what potential funding sources those are. Right now, through our initial check-in, there aren't many funding sources, and so there would be different impacts that council would need to consider at that time.
I was wondering about that, because when I was originally talking about this motion, I remember at the spring supplemental budget adjustment that we actually do have some unaccounted for pay-as-you-go. Do we not? Like, not unaccounted for in terms of not account, like, that it's not, like, specifically earmarked to, allocated, that's the word, thank you, Councillor Carmel.
I don't have the answer for you on that for sure, but we would definitely bring that back as part of this report so that we can consider that and any other options that there are, if that helps.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would want to explore pay-as-you-go as an option, and would you do a tiered or just like for the full amount that would be required as per policy?
Something for us to come back with as well, I'm thinking.
I'll just be clear that I'm not interested in entertaining an exemption to the policy and or anything less than what the parcel is valued at. So I want that to be on public record as well.
Understood.
And then the last question I had was around, there's a comment about, this isn't necessarily considered surplus to municipal needs. So this is a bit where that precedent setting piece comes in. Can you tease that out for me a little bit? Or wasn't the motion to identify the land surplus to the needs?
Councillor Rutherford, it's a little bit of a unique situation. When the city first acquired the site, it was acquired for this purpose. And so ultimately, one of the reasons why it isn't technically surplus is because we acquired it for this facility to proceed. I think the nuance or difference here is just the mechanism that we're using to support the project if we do move forward with a land sale versus a community-based project, partnership project on leased land.
But it's important for like anyone listening that in the area that I represent to understand that this land was always sort of intended for this intent and purpose in the acquiring of it from the surplus school, right?
Councillor, this is a unique circumstance, yes.
Yeah, okay. No, I appreciate that context, and I think I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start on that. I remember, I think it was Mayor Mandel's second term in 2007 and 8 when community has been talking about this site since then as being a site to build something on for the community, whether that's your understanding too, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, it's just not, so that's why so then walk me through the replenishment of the green space then, if this was always be the intended to be building on.
So Mayor Sohi, my understanding is that the original acquisition was funded with the Parks Reserve, PPRA. The original structure of how the project was to proceed was through a lease agreement, through a community partnership, through a number of different variations in discussion. We've led to today where an alternate approach is being suggested in which we would divest of the land.
I see.
And
Okay. So that's where the replenishment of that fund kicks in, right?
That's correct.
Got it. So lease could be 99 years lease or longer. I mean, it's not longer. Like we sign leases for long term, right?
There are different approaches that we take for different projects, yes.
Yeah, for example, Pusha in the south side, I think is 30-year lease, but then extended with options to extend. What is the difference? Like, how does lease and sale hinders or enhances the fundraising for the community?
So that's a question that's probably better answered
we'll
by
ask.
Mr.
Okay,
Juru. I
maybe
know
I'll
that
ask to you. Like, what do you see the difference here between lease and the sale?
I think that how we read the lease partnership with the city is that in a lease partnership, the city then co-owns or it co-owns it with the Africa Center. It's not exclusive ownership. So maybe I'll confirm that with administration. But that is my read on the option to lease. Its implications. We then don't have complete ownership. It's the city and the Africa Center that will be incumbent, co-owners and incumbent.
You probably can also leverage the land for loan and everything else, right? I mean, that could be another difference that you are unable to leverage that. Okay. I want to close the loop on the consultation and governance. Sam, can you or Edna, can you speak more to that? How do we deal with some of the concerns that we heard from the community, and how do you see them? What path you see them to deal with?
Yes, thank you. I think I was told to say Edna, and just for the record, I just wanted to say a little bit about that because I think it's about steps. I think this is what we were discussing this morning to say what should come first. There are some soft commitments, for example, that we had gotten, but with no land, really doing a deep dive will be difficult to commit to any of that. So I think if the land, if we are owning the land or the land is transferred, these are the conversations that are going to continue. So for example, in our engagement, we were able to reach more than 2,600 people. They are being the largest, being from the Nigerian community, from the Ethiopian community, from the Somalis community. So there are so many communities that, of course, we have to still continue doing the engagement. When it comes to the governance structure, in the morning as well, we were kind of saying that a fully fledged governance structure, we can look at fully fledged governance structure when we have the land in place, so we are able to look at those commitments. Now, they're not going to be soft commitments, but they'll be more
And I think that's
more tangible.
That's a very good point, like how much money and effort we want community to go through without even knowing if this is a step forward on this until you have some certainty on the land transfer, right? Got it. Okay, good. Thank you so much. That's all I need. No, Councillor Paquette, go ahead. Sorry, no, Councillor Principe, you haven't. No, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's a lot. So I just it looked like there might have been some commentary from administration on the lease buy kind of issue. Is that?
Yes, Councillor Paquette, there are different implications to the city in terms of a lease versus a purchase. The major implication is obviously any renewal or obligations around the building, longer term capital investment required, and then what happens at the end of life with the building in terms of any future demolition costs and who's responsible for that. Ultimately, though, I think that the impact to the party involved is that financing becomes an issue if you can't leverage the land, and I think that was captured by one of the questions following the answer.
Okay, and in the motion, there's a 5-year term. We're hearing maybe 10 years. Is there any concerns there?
Again, Councillor, I think we could work with the Africa Center to understand what makes sense logistically, and we could return with that information in the future with this report.
Okay, so if we went forward with this motion, that could still be a conversation, and an adjustment could be made at a later date.
we would return with that information for council, yes.
Yep. Okay, great, thanks. Does that, and I'll just go over to the quasi-delegation. Does that sound okay to you, to sort of just, if we advance this forward today, then have those further conversations to determine what is needed? Because then you'll probably have a better idea about how you're leveraging things as well. Yeah? Okay, I'm getting a yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great, thank you. I wanted to just get a bit of understanding of the scenario 2 that's recommended. What is administration's understanding of city contribution to this project other than the land?
Our understanding is that the land completes our contribution.
Okay. Because in scenario 2, there's still 10 million that's kind of allocated to the City of Edmonton contribution. I'm assuming that's outside of the land value, essentially. Is that your understanding too?
Yeah, because the market value of the land is between 3.9 and 4.5 million.
Right. So that aside, the projection for scenario 2 still highlights 10 million additional city contribution. But your understanding is that the land is it? Okay.
Correct.
Maybe then to the delegation, then can you explain that to me?
So, Councillor Tang, I think our understanding is kind of aligned to administration in the conversations that we had, that for the land transfer, that the Africa Center would be able to mobilize the resources for the 55 odd million that is required, and that we would not come back to city administration to ask for more resources. We did see the 10% that was included. And
10 million.
Sorry, 10 million that was included in there, and we thought maybe the cities would be generous with that, but we are working on the full assumption that with the land transfer, the 55 million for building this facility will be incumbent on the Africa Center and the Black community.
So we knew that the city has financial constraints. Kimo here. But definitely that was one thing that we were expecting to, because the land is by itself, and then yes, the city's commitment in supporting the Africa Center and the Black community in general.
Yeah, and in one of the, did you go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that while it concludes our contribution to the cultural center, there was some conversation about possibility of housing. For example, if there was affordable housing, there may be the opportunity to apply for AHIP, assuming that with the land contribution, they would still be under the threshold. So just wanted to flag that.
Thank you very much for that. That's very helpful. And so that's an opportunity, but it's not a given. People still have to apply, just like the typical due process.
That's correct. And it would only be on the affordable housing portion of build.
Yeah. One of the other items in this that kind of piqued my interest is sort of support for the community during this process. And city has a point of person, Africa has a point of person. I guess, can administration share your understanding of that, and like how would that play out? Because we have the housing action team, we have client liaison unit, we have business friendly Edmonton, we have folks from social development who often play community liaison role. Is this like when you see that mitigation strategy, how do you see that getting implemented?
As you know, Councillor Tang, it's a great question. We do like to consider ourselves one city. And so this is a very multifaceted project that does hit a number of different departments, as you see those sitting in front of you, as well as different entities within the community. So we would consider that we continue to work in that collaborative one city way, and we work with the Africa Center in terms of supports that would be reasonable for us to provide in terms of ongoing engagement, collaboration, and moving forward on the project.
Yeah, because I think sometimes that is the gap, for all kinds of reasons, and that's it's a complex system for sure to navigate. But I do see that in the report, and I mean, I would like to see that happen. And is that what's your understanding of that?
So, yeah, I think we really liked the process these last 2 years, where we had
I guess, a holistic city team that included folks from social development, from infrastructure. So there was a one city approach in terms of that liaison approach with the Africa Center. So I think I would echo city administration that the process we had in this last iteration, we found it particularly helpful that the city departments that were part of the conversations were represented in that city liaison team.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if next time we hear the drums, if we should pause for a dance break. No? Yeah. Okay. I felt it. Okay.
That'll be the violation of protocols. Yeah. Okay. All right, okay, so that concludes the questions to administration. Thank you so much for everyone for participating and administration working diligently with the community and the Africa Center on this. So we have a motion on the floor, and I will ask council members if anyone is open to speak on the motion. All right, Councillor Rutherford. Well, Councillor Tang, you want to go first?
Sure. I want to thank everybody who came here today, even if you didn't speak, just to have your presence in the room. I echo some of the sentiment from Mr. Mayor here about actually how powerful it is to have all of you. That's a huge statement. And whether you are supporting it or you're not supporting it, I think to have so many of you engaged is a huge accomplishment actually. I recognize that there are voices who may not necessarily like the land transfer to move forward today. I think my concern, as I shared with some of you, that if we actually paused it to start a nonprofit, start a new governance with AMCC, I think this project would actually just be done. And I don't want to see that happen. I want this to move forward. There's still a lot to do, and I think I've shared some of my concerns through my questions. The organizational, governance and capacity is a big one. Community support, for the Africa Center folks, you've heard the folks today. And I recognize many, country associations, Black community have been engaged. But to hear, Somali community, which admittedly is one of the largest, to kind of have some of those feedback, I think it just shows the gap and the more of the work and relationship that needs to be built. That shouldn't fall on one single communication specialist or engagement specialist. It is a job, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, you know this, that relationship building comes from everyone and also for all of us over here on this side as well. So I know that those conversations will continue to happen, but that second piece is community support is important to me. And I think the third piece is the risks that has been identified. I think for me to see a report like this to go straight to a land sale, I think is a huge jump. There's so many unresolved questions, so many risks that still needs to be answered. And I think what is proposed here signals that council would like to move this forward, but we need some of those questions to be answered in a collaborative way, in a way that you have done, in an inclusive way. And so for those reasons, I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on this and help shape the motion. I think I hope this demonstrates a bit of the commitment for something. I absolutely hear the vision that many people articulated. I think about the ward that I represent. Frequently in the past few years, I've received many proposals from community groups wanting land. I do know this sets a precedent, and I think as a city, we also have a responsibility to kind of answer to that call, because communities have a desire for a place to belong, for a place to call themselves. How do we do it in an intercultural way, in a multicultural way, in a collaborative way, in an inclusive way? I think, the case here, I think, serves as a good example, and I hope the African Multicultural Community Center whatever is going to be the name down the road, can serve as a model for what that could look like. I appreciate there's a lot of work already invested. And I know that this conversation isn't done. We still have the next, like the answer to this motion to come back as well. So there will be more opportunities for folks to weigh in. And I hope by the time that comes, all public speakers coming are more on the same page. So I just encourage that ongoing conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford or Councillor Paquette? Councillor Paquette, you good?
Yeah, sure, thank you. And I'm feeling it, Mr. Mayor, I hear those drums. But, hearing those drums has given me pause for reflection. For those who don't know, I come from a Cree and Métis background, and that drum beat truly represents the heart of the community. And when the drums are played together, that's a community of communities. And from what I've heard, while there are differences, it's not so far apart. From the Indigenous perspective of groups in the city, sometimes there can be disagreement, and sometimes people say, well, you don't represent me, you don't speak for us. And it's impossible for any one organization to speak for all voices. All voices must speak. And so I think that there's an opportunity here. I think there's the passion of youth in these communities, but there's also the wisdom of the elders in these communities. And I think, being in the middle of that myself, one thing that I do try to do is defer to that passion and to that wisdom to help guide me. And I think that's the role of all of us who are in the middle of those generations. Listening to the lessons and the patience and the wisdom of those who have gone through it all, and also listening to the freshness and the excitement and the clarity of young people who are seeing the world in a different way. So I have full faith that all of these issues can be worked out if hearts are willing. And that's really all it takes. I mean, we can rationalize, we can logic our way, we can make arguments, that's all great. But at the end of the day, none of it matters if we're not coming from the heart on these issues, and we really, really need to. That's where we soften, and that's where spirit can speak to us. And really that's what it's about that spirit of community, that spirit of cooperation, and that spirit for future generations. None of this is about us or for us, it's for those who come after us. And they're counting on us to find good ways forward. And I think that's what's going to happen. So, hi, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Today I hope we take a step forward in addressing the historic harms and making Edmonton a place that celebrates our diversity. There's a rich Black presence in Western Canada dating back to the late 1700s. And this past is a checkered history with segregation and frankly, racist legislation. I won't go into all of it here, but if anybody wants a good read, it's all highlighted in the city's anti-Black racism action plan. But in light of the historical and ongoing injustices faced by Black communities in Canada, this is a great opportunity for us, I think, today with community and government reconciliation and to promote and contribute to Edmonton's history, diversity, culture, and heritage by having a Black community hub in a diverse city like Edmonton. This benefits the public by strengthening bonds, reducing social isolation, and enriching Edmonton's multicultural fabric. But it's crucial that any development involving land and cultural spaces is approached with sensitivity, respect, and a commitment to justice. We need to be ensuring the sovereignty, dignity, and self-determination of Edmonton's Black communities, and they must remain at the forefront of these discussions while all their voices, their diverse voices, which we heard today, are represented and see their place within this community gathering space. It was noted by one of the speakers that we are projecting about 10% of the population of Edmonton being of African descent. But this settlement pattern is not equal across Edmonton, and the north side has a higher concentration of people of African descent based on the 2021 census, as also highlighted by Councillor Principe when she was asking about her residents in the ward she represents, and I know Councillor Paquette as well. So I know that this land and this particular parcel has that history and that connection to people of African descent that have called Edmonton home, not only in where they used to gather in the old Wellington school site before it was torn down, but hopefully again, and we heard today that, you know, this has been a long time coming. We acquired this land from the school board with the intention of this space coming to fruition. So I hope we take a step forward today with executive recommendation and ultimately council approval, while making sure that the next step is more inclusive, transparent, and community-led, to make sure this project is to make sure that this project benefits all Edmonton's Black communities equitably and sustainably. It's always great to see so many people come to these chambers and participate, and so, you know, echoing this, the heartedness that my colleague, the mayor, said, you know, seeing so many people from the African community and allies, quite frankly, here today to show support and solidarity, and yes, some dissenting voices, but I think, again, that's what community is. That's absolutely what community is. It's finding the spaces of agreement even in the spaces of disagreement. That's actually what strengthens us. So I offer my commitment as the councillor of this ward that if this goes forward, I'll walk in solidarity and in step with community to see this to fruition, and happy to support in any way that I can. And I know, you know, definitely have always had a backing. I think back to when we passed this motion in December, it was unanimous support from this council. So everyone on this council has shown that commitment and that unwavering support for this reconciliation and this cultural hub that we so desperately need in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I also want to thank everyone for coming and participating and sharing your views and your steadfast commitment to advance Black communities in Edmonton. I remember walking the hallways and attending various meetings, meeting with young people at the old Wellington School. And this idea of building this place for Edmonton's Black communities started when we took over that school. It started with Stephen Mandel, and Mayor Avison carried on, and then it landed up in this council's lap to advance. And it's been a long journey for the community, and for which I really appreciate, because it's not easy to carry on that kind of work for years and years with the hope that one day you'll get close to getting it done. There are many people in this room that have been working on this, so really appreciate that that ongoing work. I also understand that there are still dissenting voices on how to move forward, and I respect those voices. And I have full confidence that as we move forward, the community will embrace those voices and bring them along to ensure that there's as inclusive an approach that community can take to make this center a reality. I think this is a significant step forward today. Without the transfer of land, I think community has reached to a point where if we want to go further, this step needs to be taken. this step needs to be taken to ensure the community that city is committed to this, that they can start engaging with the private sector for donations, with the other orders of government for donations, and further refining and reimagining what could potentially be built on that site along with cultural center. I'm really excited about the housing aspect as well, if that is doable and viable and makes sense economically, because we do need more affordable housing. We need more culturally appropriate affordable housing as well in our city. So look forward to that conversation. So I made this a priority when I got elected. I made a priority that we're going to build a city that is a community for everyone, Edmonton for all of us. That is why this council's first motion was to develop our anti-racism strategy. That is why we work with community to develop city's anti-racism action plan, including anti-black racism action plan, and moving forward on projects like this that has been kind of a legacy projects, right? So thank you to everyone for participating. Look forward to the conversation that you would have with administration on the terms under which this land would be transferred to the community, and further engagement that we will have. I may not have this opportunity. I don't think I'm going to see. I hope I see more of these kind of engagements over the next 5.5 months I have remaining in my mandate as mayor. I may not. But I want you to know that this has been truly, seeing you all here today has been highlight of my time here. Right? It's, I always envisioned a city hall that is open and accessible and embracing of everyone, that we create space for everyone to say what they needed to say, and I saw that happening today. Right? And it happens other times too. I'm not saying that doesn't happen other times, but having so many people from diverse black communities here today sharing your views and engaging with is something that I will cherish all my life. Right. So thank you so much for what you do for the city, and let's move forward together on this. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay. With that, I will call the vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
That is carried. Thank you. Okay. Now we are on to. Okay.
Mayor Sohi, while you're just having a look at the agenda, I just wonder, since there are speakers here for item 7.5, the St. James School site, wondering if you wanted to bring that one forward, and then a friendly reminder, 9.1 is a private matter, but it does require a decision of this committee.
Okay,
and it
requires decision today, right?
It'd be really great if you could accomplish that today.
So, okay, so folks from 7.2, on 7.2, you can, hi, this happens again. So, I know, last time you were here for a couple of days. Sorry, I'm pretty sure you're catching up on work. I'm pretty sure you're catching up on work, sure.
You may still get to 7.2.
Yeah, we will, yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay, can someone move to bring forward 7.5?
So moved.
Okay, please vote to bring forward 7.5. Vote on 7.5, please.
just to bring it forward?
Yeah, bring it forward.
Bring forward the St. James School site item. Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, are you still with us? We'll mark Councillor Cartmel absent, and that we have all the votes, Mayor Sohi.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Administration will have a presentation on this.
Yeah, so just to confirm, if there's anybody still on the Google Meet, for item 7.1, you're able to leave at this time. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, point of order, what is it?
Yes, so before administration gives the presentation, I just want to state that I have previously sought counsel and have been advised that given the proximity of a property I own to the subject matter of this report, that I have a pecuniary interest in the matter and therefore I must recuse myself in accordance with the MGA. Thank you.
Okay. We still have quorum. And, yeah, and if we need to, we can always, what is it?
Yeah, we've got quorum. We're good.
Okay,
Just 2 seconds.
no worries. Oh, got it, okay. Okay, go ahead to admin.
Thank you. We just have some opening remarks. So good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of Executive Committee. My name is Bartosz Jiraki. I'm the Director of the Property Transactions Team within the Real Estate Branch. And we're here responding to a motion that was made at the February 4th, 2025 City Council meeting. Rather than getting into the specific details within the report, we'll just take a moment here just to provide some updates on what's transpired between when we drafted the report and where we are today. During the drafting of this report, administration approached the current owners to gauge their interest in a potential direct acquisition of the school field, which is west of the Al Mustafa Academy. In those discussions, the owners shared that they were open to that discussion as they had paused their current rezoning application, and that this would also allow them to weigh all options. From administration's perspective, that was welcome news, as prior to the owner commencing their rezoning application, there was no communication around a willingness to sell the field to the city. As noted in the report, the city previously had an interest to preserve the open space within this neighborhood, but opted not to acquire the site, as there was no municipal need for acquiring the land inclusive of a school building, which comes with ongoing maintenance and other liabilities. With that, administration has made a formal offer to purchase the portion of the land, and at this time we are awaiting a response from the owner, which we fully understand and respect that will take some time and some further negotiations. Should the owner be willing to negotiate a sale of this land to the city, collectively there could be numerous potential positive outcomes. The city would be able to achieve its original intent of preserving the additional open space within King Edward Park and without acquiring a building. Students at the Al Mustafa Academy and the community would be able to continue to utilize the open space, thereby reducing potential traffic and other impacts of a redevelopment. And the owner could take the proceeds of the sale and reinvest them as they see fit, which could include another development opportunity or towards the school. Separate to this, administration is continuing to work with the provincial government on the terms of our Green Trip funding agreement, which requires that the city compensate the province if parcels acquired using this fund are sold within a certain time. The terms of this agreement are impacting the timing of sale of when the city would actually list these properties, which has been identified within this report. And selling now is anticipated to result in a financial impact to the city. Should there be questions on the financial implication, we would advise that it is best to share that information in private, but happy to provide some answers on that as well. Taking all things into consideration, administration's advice is to allow for negotiations of the acquisition of the open space to proceed without the consideration of a land exchange at this time. In addition, as identified in the report, a public offering is the best approach to maximize benefits to the city when disposing of developable land, whether those be financial or social, as it encourages competitive bids. In the interim, we will continue to negotiate with the owner of the lands in an effort to acquire a portion of the school field. We are happy to provide a status update via memo to council on the outcome of these negotiations so that the community can be informed as well. If council wishes to provide further direction outside of what has been mentioned, we'd request a motion from council. Otherwise, we're also happy to take any questions. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have some folks registered to speak. All right, Claire Stewart joining remotely. Claire, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Adil Hassan in person. Ibrahim Duma, remote. Ibrahim, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then Alison Rosland, Situate Inc. in person. Okay, please come down. Why don't you come this side? There's chairs there. Right. And we will start with Claire Stewart. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. But before do that, I do want to go through the expectations of engagement. There they are. Old. All right. Okay. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment in the workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotional response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Thank you, everyone, in advance for your respectful participation. So with that, I will go to Claire Stewart to start the presentation. You have 5 minutes, Claire.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, members of the Executive Committee, and all other councillors present. As a resident of the King Edward Park neighborhood, I am grateful to be a part of this conversation with regards to the proposed land exchange at the former St. James School site, currently Al Mustafa Academy, with the city land located at 7604, 7624 83rd Street. I would also like to thank my City Councillor, Ashley Salvador, for bringing this motion forward in the spirit of solution-based thinking for all stakeholders, including her constituents. On October 8th, 2024, several King Edward Park residents gathered at a standing Community League meeting over concerns regarding rezoning proposal LDA 240341 Al Mustafa Academy rezoning, submitted by Situate on behalf of Hasco Development. In the span of 6 days, a collective of 78 residents was formed, including a paramedic, civil engineer, lawyers, a registered professional planner, physicians, Community League executives, and many more engaged and thoughtful minds. The most prominent issues expressed were that of safety, equity of the children of Al Mustafa Academy, and an overreaching zoning request that is beyond the scope of the city's Southeast District Plan. In response to opposition, Councillor Salvador put forward the motion to explore a land exchange between the City of Edmonton and Hasco Development. I feel this creative thinking will accommodate most, if not all, stakeholders, particularly with considerations to the expressed interest from both open space and housing and homelessness outlined in the council report. From a community standpoint, the land exchange addresses the key grievances with the initial rezoning proposal. First, safety. The initial proposal saw two 178-unit, 6-story structures in a school field with vehicle access exclusively by the surrounding back alleys. These alleys are 4.0 meters wide, therefore inhibiting first responder vehicle access and currently not meeting the legal regulations for the safety code in the event of an emergency. In addition, these alleys currently connect to 2 daycares, the Al Mustafa Academy and the neighboring Wild Heart Children's Center and Donnan School. With the existing alleyway vehicle and pedestrian traffic already higher than most, there would be an estimated increase of 1,500 daily vehicle trips based on the Bunt and Associates transportation memo in the initial rezoning proposal. By relocating development to the city land, new development would be surrounded by a street, 2 avenues, and a back alley, allowing appropriate and safe first responder vehicle access and alleviating the stress of shared alleyways between vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians, including young children. Secondly, equity. The current proposal from Parks and Services to a mixed-use zone would impose great issues of equity with regards to play access for the children attending Al Mustafa Academy. If the condo complex was already there and a new school was being proposed in the same field, it would not meet the Government of Alberta guidelines for new or replacement school projects. Additionally, loss of green space in our rapidly growing city and community is detrimental to climate goals. According to Sandeep Agrawal, a geographer and urban planner at the University of Alberta, there's no going back once a pasture or woodlot has been bulldozed for housing or shopping malls. Even when the landscape matures, it doesn't fully replace what was there before. By relocating development to the city land, not only do the children of Al Mustafa Academy retain play space, crucial to development and community building, the city also upholds preservation of green space and open space, retains land for its own portfolio, which is paramount as mature neighborhoods are rapidly changing and growing. Lastly, zoning designation. The rezoning proposal request from a park and services zone to a mixed-use zone is one of the largest steps that can be taken and out of the scope of the city's Southeast District Plan. The mixed-use zoning type runs the risk of having a population influx too large for current services and infrastructure to support, and in the event that Haskell were in a position where they needed to sell the land prior to development, a mixed-use zone in the hands of new owners could be utilized strictly for commercial purposes, stifling much-needed residential builds along the Valley LRT line. By relocating development to the city land, Haskell is alleviated of a mixed-use zoning request as the school is no longer a factor on the lot. As well, in the conversation with Mr. Hassan, he has expressed an interest in applying for a medium-scale residential zoning type, which, should the land be exchanged, which is much more sustainable for the neighborhood, offering a responsible density solution. It is also a designation that guarantees residential development, which is in favor of the objectives of housing and homelessness. Many residents I have spoken with are accepting of change and not only understand but support the demand to build more housing. I am grateful to see that Mr. Hassan is a motivated builder, and I'm thankful for the time that he and Ms. Roslin have taken to engage with our community. I realize there are barriers and logistics to overcome regarding the land exchange, but I'm hopeful that solution-based thinking will prevail, resulting in the best outcomes for many. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Adil Hassan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Adil Hassan. I apologize if I lost my voice a couple days ago. I'm here on behalf of Haskell Development Corp. I'm speaking to you to request your support on the proposed land exchange between the field space at our site and on 7814 83rd Street. The former St. James School site, now rented by the Al Mustafa Academy, and the city-owned land located half a block south at 7604 83rd Street Northwest. To start, I'll provide an overview of how we got to where we are today. Next slide, please. The Catholic School Division closed St. James in 2016. Haskell purchased the site in 2021 from the Catholic School Division and has been leasing the school to Al Mustafa Academy since that time. Prior to that, the Al Mustafa Academy had been leasing the school directly from the Catholic School Division. In late 2020, the Catholic School Division approved the public sale of the school site. Before the site was listed for public sale, the city was offered the opportunity to purchase the site in accordance with the joint use agreement. Our understanding is that the city opted not to purchase the school site due to budgetary constraints relating to purchasing the entire site and the buildings. When the site was listed for public sale, the Academy hoped to buy the site, but they did not have the resources to do so at the time. With support from the Academy, we purchased the site in order to lease the school building to the Academy, providing them a permanent home, and to build housing on the part of the Westfield space. Buying the site enabled the Academy to remain in the neighborhood, and we've been proud to support them, so they were able to do so. Next slide, please. To recuperate our initial investment from the school site purchase, we plan to build housing on the Westfield space. In the late summer of last year, we hired Situate to help us apply to rezone the site. We proposed a mixed-use zone because it will allow new mid-rise housing to be built on the west side of the site, and for the school to remain operational on the east side. To start conversations with the community about the proposed rezoning, Haskell and Situate attended the King Edward Park Community League Day last September. That's when the land exchange idea first came up from a community member. Next slide, please. From those community conversations, the land exchange idea started to take shape. 7604 to 7624 83rd Street is a vacant city-owned property that was used as a laydown yard during LRT construction and is located half a block south of the El Mustafa Academy. The proposed land exchange would see us, Haskell, purchase the city-owned land and in return sell the Westfield portion of our site to the city in a linked transaction. This would allow the Westfield to become city-owned and protected as open space while shifting the proposed housing to be located directly on 83rd Street. The east side of the site where the school building, playground, and basketball courts are located would remain as is for education purposes, and we would work with the El Mustafa Academy to transfer ownership to them. Next slide, please. The proposed land exchange would be in accordance with the city standard for the disposal of city-owned interests in land, which allows for land exchanges as a means for disposal. Administration noted in the report that they have allocated budget as part of the mature area land acquisition capital profile to acquire a portion of the Westfield space. The city's open space department has also indicated they are interested in acquiring the Westfield space because the amount of open space in King Edward Park does not meet minimum requirements. This land exchange would enable the city to acquire open space in accordance with their accepted means of disposal. Next slide, please. We at Haskell are committed to ensuring the proposed land exchange is a fair and transparent process that works for us and the city, including land appraisals to determine fair market value. If the land exchange is successful, we are committed to proceeding with building the new housing in a timely manner. We know that housing affordability is a priority at the city, and it's a priority for us as well. Providing homes that Edmontonians can afford is important. If the land exchange proceeds, we are committed to delivering attainable rental housing, including a minimum of 25% of units at affordable rents, held for 10 years in alignment with CMHC's MLI Select program. This is consistent with how we've been successfully delivered other rental housing projects in Edmonton. We're aware that the city has agreements with the government of Alberta related to green trip funding that have to be addressed. We're willing to wait. We understand that this win-win situation is unique, and we're willing to wait a reasonable amount of time for those negotiations to occur. However, we do require certainty in terms that this will go forward. Our request for you today is to initiate a path forward for the land exchange to provide certainty while administration coordinates with the provincial government. Next slide, please. As I wrap up my presentation, I'll leave you with a few final considerations. If the land exchange does not proceed, we will continue with the rezoning application, most likely to rezone the school site and build new housing on the west side of the site. The rezoning application has merit and aligns with city policy, and the land exchange does too. We're here today supporting the land exchange as a win-win solution that is unique, community initiated, and community supported. It would allow us not only to build new housing, but also conserve open space and support a valued local school. We're here today to ask for your support of the land exchange and progressing this opportunity forward. Thank you very much for your time. I believe Mr. Ibrahim Duma, the principal of Al Mustafa Academy, will be speaking next.
Thank you so much. So we're going to take a break here. Sorry. We are at 3:33. We will take break for 15 minutes. Be back at 3:50. Yeah, a little bit, 2 minutes before 3:50. Okay, cool. Okay. we have quorum. And we heard from, next we're going to go to Ibrahim Duma. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Ibrahim Duma, and I am the principal of the Al Mustafa Academy. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed land exchange of field space next to our academy and the city-owned site just south of our school at the corner of 76th Avenue and 83rd Street in the King Edward Park community. Al Mustafa Academy is a non-profit organization that started in 2008 with only a handful of students. Today, we are proud to operate 2 accredited private schools serving over 1,000 students. We serve a diverse and unique student population with many refugee and newcomer families. Our school has 2 locations, one in King Edward Park and the other one in Bellevue. Our King Edward Park School was our first location, and today we offer a full education experience from kindergarten to grade 12 for approximately 500 students at the King Edward Park location. We've been a part of the King Edward Park community for 8 years, and indeed our staff, students, and their parents truly love being part of this community. As Mr. Adil mentioned in his presentation, Al Mustafa Academy started renting the former St. James School site from the Edmonton Catholic School Division in 2017. When the school division declared the site surplus and listed it for public sale in 2020, it was not financially feasible for our organization to purchase the site at that time. We had recently purchased our Bellevue location in 2018, and of course, it was also during the pandemic, so we were not able to fundraise enough to acquire the St. James School site. Adil and the team at Hasco Development, who have been strong supporters of our organization for many years, stepped in and purchased the site with our support and collaboration. Since then, they've continued to lease the school to us so that we can continue to stay in the King Edward community. Now, when Hasco purchased the school site, it was with our understanding that the site would be rezoned to enable a portion of the field space to be redeveloped with new housing to offset the costs of acquiring the property. We were supportive of the original rezoning application that Hasco submitted last year because it would provide nearby housing options for our staff and the families of our students, while also enabling us to continue our academy's operations in the King Edward Park neighborhood. We've also heard our neighbors' concerns about the proposed rezoning, including traffic and parking concerns, as well as concerns about the loss of field space. While we support Hasco's proposal to rezone the school site, we fully support the proposed land exchange. We believe that this is a win-win proposition as it preserves the field space for our students and the greater community. It relocates the housing opportunity nearby, which will help alleviate concerns that our neighbors have, while it also enables our academy to remain in the King Edward Park community. Our students and their families, as I mentioned, are very much part of this community, and we hope to continue to being here for the long term. We are thankful to the community for suggesting the land exchange idea and to Hasco for being open to it. We certainly hope that the committee will help make it possible. Thank you very much for your time today. I will now pass it over to Allison with Situate.
Okay. Thank you so much. Next, we go to Allison and Rothland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm Allison Roseland, an urban planner with Situate. We've been supporting Adil and the Hasco team with the rezoning process and investigating the proposed land exchange. In my presentation, I'll speak to the planning and policy context and why now is the right time for council to support the land exchange. Next slide, please. As Otto mentioned in his presentation, we submitted a rezoning application last year that proposed to rezone the entire school site to the MU mixed-use zone to allow for new mid-rise residential buildings up to 6 stories on the west side of the site. The MU zone would also allow the Al Mustafa Academy to continue operations on the east side of the site. Since then, the application has been on hold while we've been exploring the land exchange idea. If the land exchange goes forward, we will cancel the rezoning application for the school site and move forward with a new rezoning application for the former laydown yard on the corner of 76th Avenue and 83rd Street. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with city plan, which calls for more infill across our city and density close to transit in areas where Edmontonians can meet their daily needs within 15 minutes of their home, exactly like the school site. It also aligns with the district plan that supports mid-rise development along arterial roads and local nodes. The area around the school site and the city-owned land falls within a local node. It's a neighborhood focal point with community amenities, local shops, and excellent transit access, including Al Mustafa Academy, Donnan School, a community league, childcare centers, and the 2 nearby LRT stations, with Avonmore just 400 meters away. The land exchange supports these same planning objectives, but with an added opportunity to preserve public open space in a mature neighborhood that does not currently meet the city's open space metrics. Next slide, please. As we've mentioned, the land exchange creates a unique opportunity to deliver multiple community benefits. First, it would preserve Westfield space on the school site by transferring it to city ownership. This protects open space for the Academy's students and secures it as a public asset for the wider community. Second, it would enable new homes to be built on the former laydown yard, a site with frontage directly onto 83rd Street. This location provides opportunities for local commercial amenities like a cafe, and it's just steps from the LRT. And third, it helps address community concerns about traffic and emergency access through the alleys adjacent to the school site. This is a rare chance to unlock meaningful wins with new housing, preserving open space, and supporting local business, all at once from a community-driven land exchange idea. Next slide, please. We know that change in a neighborhood raises questions. That's why we've been reaching out to the community since we submitted the rezoning application last year. We started off with our standard neighbor relations process, including a project website, postcard mailouts, and outreach to the King Edward Park Community League. As Otto mentioned in his presentation, we also attended the King Edward Park Community League Day in September to start conversations with community members about the proposed rezoning for the school site. Through those conversations, the land exchange idea emerged. On April 30th, we, Hasco and Situate, hosted a community information session to provide updates to the community and more information about the land exchange idea. We got the word out through Community League newsletters and our project website. 26 community members attended and many expressed support for the land exchange. Since then, we've heard overwhelmingly positive support from the community for the land exchange. Our team received 36 letters of support that we submitted to the city clerk, and community members and the King Edward Park Community League shared with us that they submitted support letters directly to the clerk and council. The message is clear. This land exchange idea that originates from the community is supported by community members. Next slide, please. This is a time-sensitive opportunity, and the conditions to make it work are in place right now. The rezoning application is active, but we've paused it in good faith while the land exchange is explored. The city has budget allocated to acquire field space, and Open Space has confirmed their interest in taking on the field space. The stars are aligning, but they won't stay that way forever. To continue on this path, what we're asking for here today is clear direction from you in the form of a motion that would direct administration to continue conversations with the government of Alberta with the aim of readying the city-owned land for sale in a timely manner, to enter into negotiations with Hasco Development for a leaked transaction involving a portion of the field space at the school site and the city-owned lands, and ensure that the linked transaction supports both housing development on the city-owned lands and the preservation of open space on the school site, and to return to City Council in August this year with a proposed linked transaction agreement for Council's consideration. Next slide, please. The land exchange is a unique community-driven opportunity to provide new housing at a time when Edmonton really needs it and to preserve open space for students and community members. We ask that you support the motions today to move the land exchange idea forward. Thank you for your time, and both Otto and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. That concludes the presentations. Now we will open for questions from committee and council members. Maybe I will start. I'll start with Claire Stewart. Claire, so the idea of the land swap came from the community, right?
It did. I wasn't present when the initial conversation happened at the Community League Day, but throughout the course of understanding the rezoning proposal more, and as a collective grew, it was a topic that was proposed more and more. And once we realized that it was a reality, there was a survey that was circulated to the collective with the question, do you agree that the City of Edmonton should explore the options of swapping the schoolyard green space of Al Mustafa Academy located at 7814 83rd Street Northwest for the city-owned lots located at 7604 to 7624 83rd Street Northwest. And of the respondents, 83.3% were in favor and 13.3% were unsure. And there was, I don't have the math on top of my head, but less 83.3 and 13.3 was just a no. So it is resoundingly popular with the King Edward Park residents.
Okay, I see. And then that led to Council Salvador making the motion to initiate that discussion, right?
Exactly, yeah. Once we knew that it was a reality, that I guess the point of formality was definitely from Councillor Salvador, stating that she was going to make the motion. So we knew it was a
So what is the
reality.
benefit to the community? Community doesn't see the current land by the Al Mustafa Academy as not appropriate for housing, or that plus lack of green space?
So if I understand you correctly, you're asking if the community sees the city-owned lots?
No, the current lot that is owned by Hasco.
Schoolyard, yeah.
What do you see the benefit of retaining their land?
So two things. With regards to this community not seeing that land as appropriate for development, we definitely don't see that land as appropriate for development with the current proposal and the current zoning type.
Okay.
So it's not, many of the residents that I spoke with are not opposed to residential builds in that lot, but not at the expense of taking a schoolyard away from children. That really sets a precedence.
Oh, I see.
And also, if that were to move forward, any vehicle access is exclusively by back alleys. So I really can't think of an example of product in the city currently where you have a major residential structure that has exclusive vehicle access through back alley. So there would be no street or avenue level access to those buildings should that proposal move forward.
Got it.
So yeah, if that makes sense.
Okay, and do you want to retain those fields for community use?
Yeah, I think, in a perfect world, I'd love the school to stay there forever. They're really valued community members. Myself and my family have been to tea services and community events at the school. If I may be so bold to say, I can hear the kids playing there right now. So that would be a perfect world. But if development were to occur on that lot, it can't be in the iteration of the zoning, the rezoning proposal as it's being presented. And furthermore, I mean, we know as many that mature neighborhoods are growing quite rapidly, and we understand the demand for that. But through that growth, just on a fundamental level, we have to retain green space and open space where we can. So to me, this really checks a lot of those boxes by moving forward with the land exchange.
Good. That's it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please. Councillor Salvador, you want to go ahead? I think Councillor Stevenson is not responding.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to defer to the ward councillor. I apologize.
Councillor Stevenson, if you don't mind fixing your mic, we can hear you. We can't hear you, but in the meantime, I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe, well, first of all, I appreciate all the speakers coming out today, and also just want to recognize the neighbors and community members who have written in letters as well. I know my office has been receiving a number of them in support of this concept, so thank you for that. Maybe just to Claire, I appreciate your answers to Mayor Sohi, and I think you had used the words of sort of a win-win and referenced that. So maybe in the context of the increased development that King Edward Park is seeing, can you just speak to that piece? I mean, I know obviously with the Valley Line, we can expect to see more transit-oriented development in those locations. So is that something that community is thinking about as well, just sort of future-proofing the area?
Yeah, so just from a walkability standpoint, I know when I'm walking through the neighborhood, I'm seeing a lot that was once two houses that has, a triplex, 3 triplexes built across. And I'm seeing rezoning proposals for, you know, I think there was a 6-story one approved on 80th Ave, and those things are hard, and I understand that they're tough conversations to have. But I do understand in proximity to the train line that they're going to happen. I just think that there is an issue of responsible and gentle density that needs to be occurring. And I feel that if the rezoning proposal were to move forward as it's being presented, you have a development that fosters Main Street development, as it's outlined in the, by definition by the city, in a neighborhood that is, if I may, is still considered to be for small residential infill. So one thing I know about Situate is they're incredible at advocating for mid-housing. So I think there are opportunities there for mid-housing, which we're already seeing in our neighborhoods. So that densification of more townhouses and small rise buildings. But the risk of the land exchange not happening and the rezoning proposal being pursued in its current iteration is you have an increase that's one of the largest steps you could probably take. And then again, you know, as these neighborhoods are growing, you know, it becomes a question of principle. Well, what's one more green space to lose? You know, what's one more empty lot? And the next thing you know, we do lose those touchstones for, you know, climate initiatives. So I hope that answers your question. But yeah, definitely seeing rapid growth already in the neighborhood to the tune of mid-housing. And I just think that if it could be retained at that level, that would probably be conducive to what the neighborhood can sustain.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that answer. That's really helpful, and I think just underscores what we heard from administration and what's in the report, that this particular green space and other green space in the area is really important as we continue to build out our neighborhoods. So I'll go to a different line of questioning, maybe to Situate or to Speaker Hassan around. Yeah, I guess some of the complexity that I'm going to be asking administration about related to the Green Trip funding and the potential challenges or barriers there. I think you had expressed a willingness to wait on some further clarity. Did I capture that? Can you elaborate there?
I think I think the one thing we're looking for, I think certainty is kind of what's important, like knowing that this is a possibility, that this is something that we can do. I think we're willing to wait a reasonable amount of time to actually see the land sale or the swap go through pending, you know, the agreements with Alberta Transportation. I think having the certainty that this will go through pending the resolution of that issue, I think is something that we're open to discussing, and like that's how much we believe in this solution as an off ramp. We think that, you know, we value the school and the neighborhood and everyone. We think this off ramp will allow us to kind of ensure that we don't, you know, it's something that we don't want to take further. So that, yeah, if we can find a reasonable amount of time where this can get resolved, I think we're willing to wait that reasonable amount of time, whether that's 12 months or 16 months or 18 months, whatever that is.
Okay, that's very helpful context. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm out of time, but I'll have questions for administration.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for the trouble, the trouble earlier. My question is actually fairly similar to Councillor Salvador's. So just around recognizing the desire for a linked transaction, like if there was an agreement to move forward with the purchase of the park space and that was contingent, again, like sort of the final transfer to the city was contingent on the resolution of the other parcel of land, is that an acceptable approach?
Yeah, that would be something that we'd be open with.
Okay. Okay, actually, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. You can step back to the middle of the chamber. Public space dedicated for public. Okay. All right. Now we go to questions to admin. Okay, I'll start. So what is Mr. What is to be negotiated with the province? Is anything you can talk about that public? My high level, what is it? What is it?
So at high level, the city has a funding agreement that was provided by the province to the city associated with the capital construction and acquiring land for the Southeast Valley Line LRT. And through that, there are time periods that if the city were to dispose of lands that were acquired for the Southeast LRT by a set timeline, funds would need to be provided back to the province, and there's a sliding scale associated with those. So moving forward, if the city were to negotiate a sale agreement directly with one party at this stage, and based on the terms of that agreement, there would be a financial implication to the city in terms of doing that.
Okay, so those terms are confidential, right?
Yeah, we would be happy to provide more context, but in a private
I see. But our ultimate goal would be that any surplus land that we have along LRT stations, if it's developable, that we will develop it for housing.
Yes, and maybe there's a lot of alignment that I'm hearing through this conversation, especially with regards to that specific parcel that the city owns and others along 83rd Street. There are very developable lands, there are very attractive lands that could be reutilized and redeveloped, and our recommendation would always be in those situations to go out publicly. And our strong desire is to do that and list them as soon as we can.
Yeah.
We have listed other sites already on 83rd Street, which were not acquired using that same green trip funding.
Okay.
Those have since sold, those have been redeveloped, and so we would actively take that step on every parcel as soon as we get some firmer resolution on that aspect, on the green trip funding.
Okay, got it. And province, I think we'd also aligned with the province on this too, because province's goal is to build more homes as well. And I think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mayor Sohi, I was just going to defer then and suggest that the province's perspective should be shared by them. And
yeah, I understand. But overall, when every government is talking about increasing housing supply everywhere in order to meet the growing demands of the growing population.
I think it's a strong priority of many governments.
Yes, yeah, got it. Okay. So that more you can share more in camera on that, right? So what? But if you were to initiate conversations with the owner of the school site, right, and then pursue conversations with the provincial government on the green trip funding, and then somehow report back the update to committee where those are, right? Was just want to know what would be the path forward.
One option could be a memo back to council in that regard, but we have, as mentioned earlier, we have had or we've provided an offer to purchase the open space, so the field west of the Al Mustafa Academy. So we'll leave that with the owner to consider that. We'll give them the time and space that they need in order to do that, but we're very cognizant of the fact that we do want to acquire more open space in this area and preserve it, and so that is a major priority on our side. And with that, we are also having some of the conversations with the province as well. So we're happy to provide a memo back.
So preserving this field as a green space would be the preference if land swap is possible, or other land is freed for housing.
So I would view those as separate discussions.
Okay,
so in general, the preservation of open space from the city is what we would prefer, and we have already allocated dollars in terms of the funding that's required to acquire that site, which is what provided our team the ability to go and submit an actual offer to HASCO and the ownership group there. Okay. And so we will continue down that path, and we want to see if there's a resolution there, because that should achieve some of the outcomes that the community has identified. And then on the flip side, once we're in a position where we can list the property that the city owns, we actually have the same view as well, that land is very developable. It should be very attractive on the market, and we should see residential development in an area that's actually along a more major corridor as opposed to being located within a parcel that's bounded by alleys.
Okay, Councillor Salvador? Councillor Stevenson, sorry, go ahead.
I think Councillor Salvador was first, and
No,
she's
she
the one.
has questions in camera.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think this at a high level. I think there are advantages for the city to pursue a land swap. I'm just thinking in terms of, I assume that would decrease the amount that is required from the park acquisition fund.
In either event, the city still needs to budget for an acquisition, and that's the full extent of whatever that acquisition is. And so we have already allocated that money, and that's why we've advanced the offer to purchase. In terms of a land swap, and it was shared within the presentation, we are open to those. I think the main thing we're suggesting is that in order to go down that path, we would recommend going through an open and transparent process where any other party may also submit, and then we review all the offers and then make a determination at that stage.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about sequencing and providing some level of assurance. And it may be that this answer has to be given in private, but I'm just wondering if there is a offer to purchase from the city for the park and open space. Is it possible that a condition of that sale is, again, the successful winning of the bid of an open bid for the other land, recognizing that that condition wouldn't presuppose the outcome of that open bid, but would, if it wasn't successful, if they weren't the selected bidders, then the land sale wouldn't be completed.
Councillor, I think that's a question that we'd prefer to answer in private and probably get some legal advice on as well.
Sure, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Salvador in camera. So when someone moves, then we go in camera.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. no, we're, or, all right. Okay, we are back in public. Any questions, any additional questions to administration on this item? Okay, if not, I will move that administration negotiate with the current owner of the former St. James School site, 7814 83rd Street Northwest, to acquire a portion of the field space in advanced discussions with the province to resolve outstanding matters related to the green trip funding to support expedited disposal of the city-owned lands acquired utilizing green trip funding along the Valley Line Southeast LRT. Okay, I think this will just to introduce the motion. You know, there's a desire in the community for to acquire more green space at that space, and the idea has come from the community to look at some sort of discussions with the owner, and if there's a possibility of some sort of arrangement for land swap, right? But we also know that there are some of the cities LRT funding came from the federal government and the provincial government, and some of those funding has been used to acquire some of the land that we would like to free up for more development for housing, and that discussion will needs to happen, right? So I think that's kind of the intent of the motion. Yep. Okay, any questions on the motion? Okay, we can, anyone to speak to the motion? Constance Salvador?
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to speak to this because I know this has been a conversation that community members have been quite interested in and following for several weeks and months now, and appreciate the motion that is on the floor. I think it allows conversations to continue around the acquisition of the green space. As we heard from community members, we know that this green space is valuable. It is, if acquired by the city, going to be filling an important need as our communities continue to grow and see additional population. That equitable access becomes increasingly important. I think what this also does is it allows us to provide clear direction to administration to continue conversations around the green trip funding, which is currently a bit of a barrier to activating the lands along the LRT, including the city-owned parcel that was discussed today. So deeply appreciate the ongoing conversations that have been happening between the community members, the community league, the collective that we heard about today, as well as Al Mustafa and the landowner. It does speak to the desire to really reach a solution that is a win-win, that allows both the retention of important green space and the development of much-needed housing in our communities. So I will leave it there, but look forward to following through and seeing the results of the motion and negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that will be 7-5. Okay, we need to deal with the 9-1 for sure, right? So which is in camera. Sorry to guys kick you out again. We got to go back in camera. Sorry.
Before you move,
Oh, no questions? Oh, no questions. Okay, then don't. Oh, okay, but no questions in public. Councillor Tang, do you have any questions on 9-1? No question on 9-1. Okay, we don't need to go in camera. So.
we can bring that forward if you would
Okay,
like.
can somebody bring forward 9-1?
Go ahead.
I'll move to bring forward item 9.1.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes, yeah.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Paquette, can you move the recommendation in 9-1?
I can. I move that instructions as outlined in attachment 1 of the May 14th, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Report ELS 03043 be approved. 2, that an increase to the confidential non-competitive procurement agreement as outlined in attachment 2 of the May 14th, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Report ELS 03043 be approved, and that the amendment be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. And 3, that the May 14th, 2025 Employee and Legal Services Report ELS 03043 remain private pursuant to Section 16, disclosure to harmful to business interests of a third party, 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, and 27, privileged information of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Okay. We have motion on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And the only item remaining is 7-2.
That's correct.
And we don't have much time. We only have 5 minutes. So we will send that item over to next council meeting, committee meeting.
Would you like to
What
send
is the recommendation? Just hold on. What is the recommendation here? Is it just to receive for information, not?
That's correct.
Okay. But Councillor Stevenson have questions on this. That's why it was exempted. I don't think we'll be able to conclude that in 5 minutes. So what I would suggest that we postpone it to next executive, June 4th, executive committee. Can someone move that? Can someone move to postpone that to June 4th? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
E-scribe will catch up with us, but that was carried.
Okay, that is carried. Okay, then everything else is done. Okay, motions pending, none. Notice of motions and motions without customary notice. Councillor Paquette.
Yes, thank you. And I shared it in chat, and if no one has any questions, I could just make the motion right now.
No, he can't. We have only 5 minutes to, come on, give a notice.
All right. That administration implement a citywide strategy to visibly and proactively communicate upcoming infrastructure projects beginning in August 2025 with the goal of increasing public awareness, reinforcing responsible planning, and demonstrating the city's commitment to core infrastructure, including 1, advanced signage at project locations, so installing branded signage at sites where capital projects are scheduled, with messages such as renewal coming 2026, placed approximately 18 months prior to construction. 2, digital enhancements, including QR codes or short links on signage that connect residents to more information about project timelines, scope, and benefits. 3, strategic and equitable rollout, prioritizing signage in areas where aging infrastructure may contribute to perceptions of neglect, underinvestment, or frustration. And 4, consistent messaging and visual identity, creating a recognizable design and messaging approach modeled after successful campaigns such as the Canada Action Plan to build citywide recognition and confidence. And I don't have a due date. That will come when the motion is made.
Sorry. Okay, all right. Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at the next City Council meeting on May 22nd, I will move that administration perform an analysis of arterial road paving renewal based on condition priorities and provide a report with options to increase the funding for the arterial renewal program in 2026 as part of the 2025 fall supplementary capital budget adjustment.
Second in advance.
Okay. Any other notes or motions without customary notice? I see none. We are adjourned at 4:58, 2 minutes ahead of finished schedule. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, city staff.